Now Williams. They'll try to set up the screen here with Walker. And that one's just too long to get going. They'll come up and stop before the lineman to get out to lead the way.
Anytime you call a running back screen, the key is the relationship between the offensive line and the running back. They have to be in sync perfectly to set up the big play. That wasn't the case here on third down. He gets tackled short of the sticks.
Here's their punter now. They'll be looking for something a little better than that first effort, which he shanked. And it'll be a good return. He's able to get it up past the 40-yard line.
Return team.
They'll begin here on the ground. That's a nice job keeping his balance in these conditions. A gain of about 5.
36-yard line.
Ball on the 36 now. Here's second down and 5. They'll run for the first time with their fullback.
The ball carried by the
he will not be able to get free, picking up only a yard. Now,
a gain of a yard
it's
on
third
the play.
down.
Brings up 3rd and 4.
He'll look to throw. And this ball incomplete on third down.
This offense just cannot get anything going right now on third down. If you ask any offensive play caller throughout the entire league, Mike, the importance of third down, maintaining possession, making the defense stay on the field and have long extended drives. It is critical to not only scoring points, but ultimately winning in the NFL.
So out comes the Chicago offense as they get set to take over once more. They've raced out to a 14-0 lead. They've done nothing wrong so far. He takes off.
Well, we've seen time and time again just how dangerous this quarterback can be, Mike, when he decides to tuck it and take off. So that is a great job defensively to and hold him to just a short game.
And that looks there. Good defense. To no gain. They need 8 as they come up for third down. On third down, it's Williams from the gun. Quick throw here is complete. And he'll be stopped short of a first down. That will necessitate a call to the punt team.
It's 4th down.
It's 4th down. And he'll be brought down. Short return. And they'll take over there. The Packers offense ready to get back at it. They'll see if they can put something together here. Beginning with 1st and 10. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. The pass rush gets home.
It's a funny way of ending up getting worse. I don't think that could be any more true than it is right now. They're already down by multiple possessions, and after that start to this drive with the sack, they find themselves once again in a mess.
That's why I never ask for help. I do it for you and do it for myself. I go 0
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. Off the play action. He'll set up to throw. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's one you'd think he'd be able to corral. Can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a third down.
3rd down and 20.
Here comes the blitz as he looks to throw. And this drive is over before it can start to slow up to force 4th down.
These pass rushers, they love these situations where they can just pin their ears back and go after the quarterback. They knew they had a chance to put an end to this drive, and they didn't let it go to waste.
He returns from the other side of midfield. But he cannot get away. Great job down there to hold him to a short return. The Bears offense ready to see what they can do with this next possession. They're going to be looking to possibly push this to a 3-score advantage. Work to do on this drive. First, the Packers have it.
Mike, we hear that term run after catch so often, and sometimes people miss that there's kind of a middle phase. There's the catch, but before it turns into a run, you have to secure the ball as a ball carrier, right? It needs to be put away, properly held, points of pressure, front tip up against your body. All of that is kind of taken for granted. Catching it is just step one. You've got to secure the ball before you become a runner.
The Packers offense getting their final instructions before heading back onto the field. They'll begin with terrific starting field position. It gets going with first and 10.
This is one of those cases where having high-end speed in the backfield can be such a game changer. The offensive linemen don't need to hold their blocks quite as long. You give this guy a little bit of a crease, and man, he is gone.
And he'll take this one forward for about 3, and that's a first down. So, we are through one here on Sunday Night Primetime. It's the Bears off to the early lead. And we're back at Lambeau Field in just a moment. We begin quarter number 2. The Packers have the football from the 39. Here's a first and 10. As we are ready to get back underway. And that'll be good for about a half dozen. It'll set up second down.
At this point, we're going to need 2 hands to count for how many yards he's averaged in this one, Mike. But unfortunately, it just hasn't been enough to overcome the deficit here at this stage of the game.
Handoff here, up the middle, and they bring him down inside the 25-yard line. A gain there of 10 yards. Good for a Green Bay first down.
22-yard line.
Here's a handoff out of the gun. He's going to be marked down at the 12-yard line. Gain of 10 yards. And back-to-back first down.
Nice job by them getting them back to the perimeter. Then he's able to get outside, stick his foot in the ground, and then get vertical. Right down the numbers. Those are the type of runs this offense wants to see more of going forward.
And some space opens as he's brought down following a gain of 6.
Pickup brings up second and 3.
Now this time they'll look to throw. To the goal line and in. Touchdown, Green Bay. That's the 5th touchdown for him on the year. The quarterback, with all of his eligible receivers available, uses the back out of the backfield that time, Greg, to take it to the end zone.
And when your running back, Mike, is a valid threat in the passing game, man, it just gives you so many options. And in this case, it was the running back that was the open target. He's able to put the pass on the money. Easy 6 points.
No problem there on the extra point. And the Packers are on the board. It's now 14-7. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. This one taken at the 7. Across the 20, they'll mark them down before the 25-yard line. That's where the offense will take over. The Bears offense getting set to get back to work. They lead by a touchdown as this drive begins with first and 10. A play fake, and they'll throw with Williams. And he can't hang on through the contact. Incomplete. Good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. It'll bring up second down. And he'll get maybe about 4 yards out of that one. Lane closed quickly. Here comes third down.
It's a gain of 4. Brings up
Hurling is Williams. Open man, that's Arthur Burden. And he's very close to a first down, but it doesn't look like he got there. And yes, they're going to mark him a yard short.
And it seems like he just cut that route a little too short. He's got to get more depth on the initial stem. And that way he makes sure when he catches the ball, it's beyond the sticks.
On comes the punter now, as he's on to punt for Chicago. And he's going to be brought down after a short return, and that's where his team will get possession of the football. They'll come up 1st and 10 at the 40. Off the play fake. He'll look to throw. This one broken up. It's incomplete. The defender right there with him. It brings up second down.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 40-yard line.
He'll drop the throw. The pressure too much. And he goes down.
This is the epitome of team defense. Not only are you able to rush the passer and put relentless pressure on him play after play, but the coverage on the back end is so tight. There's just nowhere for the quarterback to go with the ball. You see him just continue to hold the ball that extra second in the pocket, and with the way these guys are pass rushing, that's all the time they need.
And on third down,
I like the fact that they took a shot on 3rd and long, right? A lot of offenses in that situation would be a little bit more conservative playing for the 4th down punt. They're trying to pick up a big chunk play through the air, but now that you can't connect, it all but guarantees you got to punt this ball away as it brings up 4th and a mile.
At their
the Bears offense ready to get back to work. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. This drive starts on the ground with Walker. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
I can promise you that is not how he wanted to start this drive. Like, I mean, to get blown up at the point of attack, there was just nowhere for the back to go on that run.
This one taken in by Odunze.
Williams
well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up 3rd down.
A gain of 4.
To throw is Williams. For the middle. That one caught by Watson. And he looks to be a bit short of the line. And that is going to bring up 4th down. Here's the punter now. He's on to punt it for the 4th time tonight. Looking up through the raindrops. No issue there, though. Fair catch. Called for and taken successfully.
At their own
Packers offense. And their running back getting ready to go back to work. They go 3 tight ends here on 1st and 10. Drive will start on the ground. And he'll work this out to the 23. Gervon Dexter there on the tackle. Here's a 2nd and 6.
It's now 2nd and 6 at the 23-yard line.
Now again on the ground. And he's going to have that 1st down. Tackle made up at the 30.
1st and 10 at the 30-yard line.
On the toss, they'll run. Room up the sideline at the 45.
A gain of 17.
And he is out of bounds.
That's another Packers 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 47-yard line.
They'll go counter on 1st down. This time the sledding becomes a little more difficult. They're going to stop him right at the line of scrimmage.
No gain on the play.
So everything this defense talks about, Mike, is creating negative plays. It's one of the best run defenses in football. Everything is about suffocating you at the line of scrimmage, making you work for everything you get.
The tackle's going to be made down at the 40-yard line. Set to go now on 1st and 10. Back to throw. And he can hang on through the contact. Incomplete. Good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. It'll bring up 2nd down. A hit as he threw, and the pass is incomplete. Trying to set up that screen, but the rush got there too quickly.
Third down.
So after back-to-back incompletions, it is now 3rd and 10. That is incomplete. Great work to get in there. Make things difficult defensively. It sets up 4th down.
Every so often, Mike, you can see these offenses, and it looks like the passing game gets a little bit too predictable. And as the defense continues to flood the back end of these zones with extra defenders, you're continuing to force this quarterback to not only make some difficult throws, but to put the ball in harm's way.
The Bears take over.
The Bears offense
1st and 10.
getting those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. And they're going to hear it from this crowd. They're backed up deep as they start 1st and 10. To throw, it's Williams. And that one is complete along the boundary. Good job of getting those feet in back. Here's 2nd and 3 to go.
It's a gain of 7. Brings up 2nd and 3.
Straight ahead. Walker.
It just seems like every time this guy touches the ball, he makes something happen. And not all of his runs are always going to be positive. He's kind of one of those guys that's going to get a 0, a 1, a 2. But it's the home run threat. It's the big plays that really tip the scales in your favor. And when you can generate those big explosive plays on the ground, man, it makes such a big difference for the offense.
Look him up on a 2nd down and 8.
It's 2nd and 8 at the 14-yard line.
The run up the middle. It's Walker. And a good one here. He'll be marked down low past the 25-yard line.
And the Bears.
It's a gain of 12 there. 1st down, Chicago.
26-yard line.
Here comes the jet sweep. And he'll force his way forward, maybe a yard. 2nd down coming.
He was tackled at the 27-yard line.
Use one of their timeouts here. As the clock will stop with 55 seconds to go until halftime. Williams to throw on 2nd down. He'll get this out to the left flat. And nice work there after the catch. He's a little short of the 1st down after a gain of 7.
A 7-yard gain.
As a second charge timeout to Chicago as the clock stops with 46 seconds remaining in the 1st half. The man in motion is Watson. They fake the jet sweep and give it up the middle. And he's going to have a Bears 1st down by a couple of yards. Give him 4 yards. It was 3rd and 2 as they convert. The Bears go ahead to take their 3rd and final timeout as the clock will stop with 37 seconds to play in this 1st half. So from the 39, they come up on 1st and 10. Williams going to keep it on the zone read. They did a nice job skipping away from one tackle. And going forward, to the 2nd down.
It's a pickup of 6. Brings up 2nd and 4.
Now an option here. Left side.
Williams on the keeper. He was brought down at the 45-yard line. It's a gain.
One final throw before the break.
3rd down.
Got the hook up there to Odunze. And he'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 30-yard line.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. As this Sunday's action is coming to a close, big day of football we had today. Here we go. Our look around the NFL starts now.
interesting first half. We'll see if any strategy changes for the next 30 minutes or more as this second half gets underway. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line.
Take over first and 10 at their own 27-yard line.
Now, faking the give. Taken in. And he's going to be taken down at the 37.
That's good for a Packers first down. First and 10 at the 37-yard line.
It's first down, and they'll run. And a good job following his blockers. A gain of 7. It'll be second down.
He was brought down at the 45-yard line. 8 yards on the pickup. Brings up second and 2.
On play action, he'll set up to throw. That one into the hands of Turner. And they'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a first down.
First and 10 at the 49-yard line.
Inside move here to the fullback on the dive. He's that big body to go forward. Going to hit the line of scrimmage, but nothing after that. They'll try again here. Second
at the
and 10.
49-yard line.
Now they'll set up to throw. This one not quite on target. And too much. Ball incomplete. Third and 10.
Brings up third down and 10.
Bill looks to throw. The pressure gets there, and down he goes.
Mike, this isn't real complicated. You're just not going to win a lot of NFL games when you continue to give up sacks at the rate that they are. I mean, this is just a complete disaster for this offensive line, and if they don't get it fixed, this game could be a runaway.
On comes the Packers punting team. He'll come on to kick for a 6th time tonight. And no run back here. Fair catch taken at the 17-yard line.
The Bears take over first and 10 at their own 18-yard line.
It's a 3 tight end look as they have it first and 10. On the ground, it's Walker to start the drive. And he'll wind up getting about 4 before he's shown the sideline. From the 23, here's second and 5.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up second and 1.
Once again, it's Walker. And that won't get a whole lot. Maybe a yard. That's it.
The tackle made at the 24-yard line.
They'll come up to third and 3.
Brings up third and 3.
From the shotgun, it's Williams. That one swung out wide to Walker. It's a pickup of 13 yards. Good for a Bears first down.
First and 10 at the 37-yard line.
Putting the tight end in motion. They run with Walker. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
Made at the 38-yard line.
From the 38 now, here's second down and 9. Keep it on the ground and keep it with Walker. Now it looks like we have an injured Packer player on the field. The training staff going to look and will step out for a moment. Here's third and 7. Operating from the shotgun, it's Williams. That is brought in. And Carter will get this ball inside the 25-yard line.
9 yards.
A big-time play for the Bears. 39 yards.
A 39-yard gain on the play. And the Bears first down.
Both pre-snap and post-snap. This is about as well done as you can do at the quarterback position. You can't put it in a better spot. I mean, that's just a big-time play.
Williams going to look to throw it on first down. Quick throw here is complete. And they'll have first and goal. He is down inside the 10-yard line.
First and goal, Chicago.
Now Williams going to keep it himself. Williams, and he'll be met in the backfield and drop behind the line of scrimmage.
The loss was definitely not something they had accounted or budgeted for in this spot. And now, I think it really limits what do you feel comfortable dialing up here on second and goal.
On second down, it's Williams. A look to the end zone, and it's broken up. Incomplete. There was no space, no separation that time. That's going to bring it to third and goal. On third down, overthrown in a flash, and he lost the football. And the Packers have recovered the football. The defense comes up with a play in the red zone. Those active hands get to the quarterback, knock it out, and they come up with the recovery.
Mike, we see this from time to time down here when an offense is operating in the red zone. The field shrinks, coverage gets a little bit tighter, quarterbacks tend to hold the ball a little too long, and that's exactly what came back to bite him right here.
So first and 10 now. They'll start from the 22. On play action, it's Vick. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete. Try again. It's second and 10.
Second and 10 at the 22-yard line.
A quick throw on the RPO is complete. And he's going to be marked down up around the 33. Here's first and 10.
First and 10 at the 33-yard line.
On the kick, this is their fullback. And he slips through an opening. Winds up getting about 8. That is past the 40-yard line.
A gain of 9 brings up second and 1.
Handoff here, up the middle. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. And that might have even lost a yard there.
The offense thinks that they can just kind of plow this one up there in the middle and keep the chains moving, but not on this defense. Not only do they not pick up the first down, but after suffering that loss, now they've got some decisions to make on third down.
On third down, it's Vick. This one just too far for the receiver. Out in front of him. That one falls incomplete. No move for the punt team. The offense staying out there for fourth down. They'll try to run. And this is going to backfire in a big way. Going for it on their own side of the field. But they turn it over on down.
Turnover on downs.
Now Walker.
Number 30, the ball carrier. A gain of 5 brings up second and
37. Here's second and 5.
37-yard line.
From the pistol. Here's one. It's a good pickup on second down, but there is a flag now. And this one might not stand up. Here's Williams. They'll try to set up the screen here with Walker. And he's going to be out of bounds. Gain of just a couple. And now he's got third down coming up.
It's a gain of 3. Brings up third and 6.
Working out of the gun. Here's Williams. That is caught. He finds Walker. He's going to have the first down. So they convert on third down with a pickup of 9.
First down, Chicago.
A zone read here, and he's going to keep this himself.
Williams on the keeper.
They went to the design quarterback run, and there just wasn't a lot of space for the quarterback to operate. You can see him kind of waiting for some of the blocks to develop. Never transpired. Didn't get a whole lot going short game.
It's a gain of 18.
He is down inside the 10-yard line.
First and goal at the 8-yard line.
And we're starting to see the fruits of their labor paying off here. I mean, they've used this run game to throw a bunch of body blows throughout the entire contest. And while some of the carries didn't result in much at the time, it's clear they're starting to take its toll on this defense.
Luther Burton, the intended target, and it'll lead to a second and goal.
Leads to second and goal.
They'll run the draw with Walker. And he is stopped in his tracks. Loss of a couple on his leg.
It's third
The
and
idea here on second down is in the event you're unable to score, at least put yourself in a third and manageable goal-to-go situation. But now after taking a loss, it really changes their approach here. And I think on third and goal now, they got to put this ball in the air.
So, some extra time to ponder this third and goal situation as we are now through the third. And Sunday Night Primetime continues after this. This crowd into it now as we get to third down. Throwing is Williams. He's got it at the 3.
Williams pass. Complete.
I'm not sure what was the more difficult aspect of the play, winning his route versus man coverage or catching this pass. The quarterback. On that one to get it there on time, and he's able to secure a really nice catch.
They'll run it now with Walker. And he's not going to get there. They stop him at the goal line. It's a turnover on down.
These are the opportunities when they present themselves, you have to capitalize. And in this case, it was the defense that forced the turnover on downs and kept them out of the end zone.
Out comes the Green Bay offense now as they get set to take over again. They'll need to get something positive going right away here. Ball starts inside their own 1-yard line. They'll begin here on the ground.
Number
And
27.
nothing doing there.
Being on some shit.
Might get it out to the 2. That's all.
1 yard
It is
gain.
second and
Brings
9.
up second and 9 at the 2-yard line.
They'll stick with him again. Oh, gotta be careful here. Looks like you're just going to avoid the safety, but not by much. That was close to being a disaster.
Loss on the play.
Big
Now
play
third
coming
and
up.
10.
This is third down. They'll try to get this one on the ground. Call it a gain of 13. First down.
And the Packers first down. First and 10 at the 14-yard line.
Damn, I miss you, Chester. Sending love from my Facebook friends.
They'll stay on the ground. And he's out of bounds after a pickup of 3. Second down, they need 7.
18-yard line. It's a pickup of 3. Brings up second and 7.
To the ground, he'll get it again. And he's going to be marked down up around the 33. 15 yards pick up there. Good for a Green Bay first down.
First and 10 at the 33-yard line.
They'll turn and hand this one off. This time they're ready for it. Room to run the last snap. Not this one. They stop him for no gain.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 33-yard line.
Off the plate. He'll look to throw. A throw left side, but it's going to wind up being
for number 12.
Like when you're completing less than 35% of your passes, you're just not going to win a lot of games in the NFL. He's just too erratic throughout the course of the game. Sometimes it's exactly how they practiced. And at other times, it looks like they've never practiced at all.
that one broken up. It is incomplete. This defensive secondary, they have been really a no-fly zone all game long. It continues here and brings up 4th down. Now fair catch called, and he's going to take it out beyond the 25-yard line.
Over 1st and 10.
So out comes the Chicago offense as they get set to take over once more. They'll do so with 1st and 10. Throw is Williams. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8.
To number 81.
Ball on the 36 now.
It's a gain
Here's
of 9.
2nd down
Brings
and a
up
yard.
2nd and a yard. At the 36-yard line.
Now Williams. He'll get this complete to Walker.
We're starting to see this so often. Like the days of just having a running back who you're just going to turn around and hand it to. Yes, that's still a critical part of NFL offensive football, but their ability to be used in the passing game. Just one more thing for the defense to have to defend. Make them go sideline to sideline, line of scrimmage to the end zone. Defend every blade of grass, and a really good running back goes a long way in doing that.
Throwing again. Williams. Short pass taken in by the tight end.
Williams pass.
Get about 6 before he's taken down.
It's a gain of 6. And it's
3rd and short yardage. And here's Williams. And that is incomplete.
pass. Intended
I think he
for
predetermined that 3rd down throw, and even though the coverage was tight, he still tried to fit the ball in there anyway, and it ended up falling incomplete. I think if he goes through his progressions and has a little bit more trust in his protection, I think there's an easier throw to make out there.
And no chance of a run back here. This one's going to sail out of bounds. The Packers offense starting to trot out for this next possession. They'll begin with 1st and 10. Right away, they'll set up to throw. He'll swing this one out wide to his running back. And he's back to the line of scrimmage, but that's it. No gain before stepping out of bounds. That one is complete. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
A bit of a quick hitter here. What you're hoping for, Mike, is that the defense can't react quickly enough because the ball's coming out so hot. But they knew it was coming, and they end up holding them to just a short gain.
He manages to get the throw away and completes it. It's a pickup of 12. 1st down, Packers.
1st and 10 at the 46-yard line.
But somebody gotta do it. Got my foot up on the gas, but somebody gotta do it. Turn this TV off. Turn this TV off. Turn
This
this
is a
TV off.
tricky
Turn
part
this
of the
TV off.
game for any defense. You find yourself protecting a late lead, and the age-old question is, do you remain aggressive? Do you try to just keep the ball from being thrown over your head and make everything be tackled and played in front of you? That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with, so they can't get too soft here as they try to hold on to this lead here late.
Shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up 3rd down.
That's a gain of 3. It's 3rd and 7.
To throw. Open man, right side. He's got it. And the defense can't a stop there. Gain of 7 and a first down.
First and 10 at the 44-yard line.
From the shotgun, it's a give up the middle. And he will slosh his way forward on the wet surface for a gain of a yard.
A gain of a yard.
From the 43, here's second and 9. That is caught wide on the RPO. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up third down.
Brings up
so,
third
2 minutes to
6.
play here in the second half. Greg and I back for the conclusion in a moment. They'll drop the throw. That's over the middle and taken in. He's got it. And he's going to get there. He got the first down. He's not by a whole lot, but that'll keep this drive rolling.
33-yard line.
Offensively landing a lot of body blows on this drive, Mike. Just the ability to steadily march the ball downfield and remain so efficient, both run and pass. As they continue to wear this defense out, they have to find a way to end this drive with points. Anything short of that
brings up
be a bit of a letdown.
11 at the 34-yard line.
He'll drop the throw. The pass is caught by Turner. Packers go ahead and use the first of their timeouts. Talk things over before third down.
Brings up third and 5.
Now they'll set up to throw. That is incomplete. Here we go. They're down to what could be their final play. It's fourth down.
They desperately needed that one, Mike. Down here late, they've only got a few remaining snaps to go, and it puts all of the pressure of the game now on fourth down. Let's see what play call they have in a gotta-have-it situation, and right now, this quarterback needs to make his best throw in the biggest moment of the game.
Incomplete. Result of the play
The Bears
is a
offense
turnover
ready
on
for
down.
this next possession. And still 2 timeouts left for the defense, but no real need to use them. They're not going to be able to stop the clock after that. This drive starts on the ground with Walker. This defense all over this one. They get him down behind the line. It's a loss of a couple. That's timeout for Green Bay. It'll be their second. Clock stops with 1:06 to go in this one. Shotgun run now with Walker. And this a slight improvement over the previous plays. Not going to lose yardage, but not gaining any either. It's third down.
Gain on the play. And it brings up third down.
Here's Williams now to throw. He'll try to hit him with a screen. And he's out of bounds up beyond the 45-yard line.
And the Bears first down. First and 10 at the 48-yard line.
Victory very much in sight now as they'll take a knee. Second and 11. So this one, a win for the visiting Bears. And it is a season sweep for them. They defeat their division rivals for the second time this year. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olsen and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. Pacific Northwest and the city of Seattle. Welcome inside Lumen Field, where all the 12s. Settle in. We think we've got a good one. Mike Tirico, Greg Olsen with you. Off we go from Lumen Field. Return starts from the 5. A good return as he takes it across the 30.
At their own
Here comes the Seattle offense to take over for the first time. Leading this offense, their veteran quarterback.
In last week's game, the opponent just really neutralized him and, frankly, this entire passing game. Nobody was open. When they were, he missed some throws. Offensive line had some protection issues. It just overall was a poor performance. So they understand if they're going to come into today's game and have some success, they've got to find a way to get some explosive production and some efficiency out of this passing game.
They'll send the tight end in motion right. Once again, it's Walker. And he'll take this up past the 40.
And while that run wasn't anything really to write home about, what it allows them to do, Mike, is keep everything in the playbook at their disposal. Third and short, now it's up to these coaches to dial up their best short yardage play and extend this drive.
First and 10. Now this time he'll set up to throw. And they get this one across midfield to the 47-yard line.
Bring it up. First down. First and 10 at the 47-yard line.
On the ground, Walker. Not much happening there. Just a short gain. From the 46. Here's second and 8.
A gain of 2. Brings up second and 8.
On play action, he'll set up to throw. That's caught. It's Kenneth Walker. And this yields nothing. He's out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage. On third down, they'll set up to throw. He's going to let this one go deep. That one is batted away. Incomplete. No separation that time. Tightly defended. It brings up fourth down. The Seahawks sending out their punt team. And we will not have a return here. This one angled out of bounds. The Green Bay offense set to go to work for the first time. They're led out by their rookie new quarterback this season out of LSU.
We had a chance to sit down with him this week, Mike. It almost came across to both of us that he wasn't entirely over last week's close loss. And he made the point. He said, listen, playing quarterback in the NFL, you're going to be judged by how well do you play and what is your record in one-score games. Last week, they found themselves on the wrong end of it. They get themselves into a back-and-forth matchup today. They've got to make enough plays down the stretch to come away with a win.
And the Packer first down.
This one broken up. It's incomplete. The defender right there with him. It brings up second down.
Second down and 10.
He's usually such a reliable target in the passing game. Like, we just don't see him struggle to come down with catches like that all too often. And when you're one of the go-to guys on your team, I know the hit's coming, but guess what? It feels a lot better after you take that hit after a catch than it does after a drop.
That's good for the Packers. First down. A gain of 19 yards.
Right back to him on first down.
Green Bay.
He's fighting to get back to the line of scrimmage, but can't get there. Drops for the loss of a yard.
He was taken down behind
When you
the
can
line
get
of
this
scrimmage.
level of run support out of your secondary, Mike, man, what an advantage for any defense. This defensive back clearly reads run, gets off his block, and he's able to take down the back for a loss of yards.
To throw is Vick. That one into the hands of Turner. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
A 5-yard.
They need the 24-yard line as they come up for third down. To throw, here's Vick. Oh, that's the one thing they couldn't have there. The sack. And Mike take that out of field goal range.
The best thing they did here, Mike, is keep their rush lane integrity. What that means is you have to rush the quarterback as a unit. Keep him in the pocket. Keep him on that X. And when you do, man, he becomes a sitting duck for this pass rush.
So, Matt LaFleur will send out the field goal unit. This a 57-yard attempt. And that is no good. He missed it. And this will remain a scoreless ball game.
And this is the danger of trying these long field goals. Remember, Mike, if you miss, the other team gets the ball at the spot of the kick. So it's going to end up setting them up for great field position as they start this next drive.
They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. That one down the field, but it is incomplete. They'll try again here. Second and 10.
Brings up second and 10.
He's quick to throw. A little short pass here, caught by his tight end.
Second down pass.
And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
It's a gain of 6. Makes it third and 4.
They'll throw here on third and short. That's made right side. It's Johnson. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for first and 10.
First and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Off play action. He'll set up to throw. This one, batted away. It's incomplete.
Intended for number
Second and
88.
10.
Incomplete. It's now second and 10.
They'll look to throw again. I had a defender draped all over. Incomplete. Good work to body him up and set up a third down.
Brings up third down and 10.
They'll look to throw. They'll try to set up the screen here with Walker. He's going to be out of bounds, short of the marker, but maybe more importantly, there's a flag down. Let's get the call. On fourth down, Mike McDonald will turn to the field goal unit. This one from 49. That one is good. And the Seahawks are out to an early 3-0 lead.
So it's not exactly what you're looking for when you set out on a drive, but at the same time, you don't want to come away empty-handed either. So in this case, they'll take those 3 points.
Here comes a return from the 5. Get across the 20, mark them at the 22-yard line. The Packers off, and their running back set to go once more. He's run well here in the first half of the season, as you see there. He's the NFL's rushing leader coming into this weekend. Off the play fake. Here's Vick. To get this out to his... Oh, he doesn't put it away, and the ball's out. And fortunately, this is going to get out of bounds, so possession does not change hands. Out of the gun, here's a run up the gut. And he's out of bounds up beyond the 40-yard line.
And the Packers first down.
Still manage only a couple. JT Tuimoloau there to make the play. With that, we'll only give you a look at his numbers on the ground in last week's game.
Brings up
Second and 7.
At the 43-yard line.
Throwing in Vick. Quick throw, taken in. And he's taken down inside the opponent's 35. It's a gain there of 26 yards.
A gain of 26 yards. First down, Packers.
They'll come up here, first and 10. complete. And he's in! Touchdown, Packers. That his first touchdown this year.
And that was just a great drive, really from start to finish, Mike. You could see the play caller just really finding his rhythm, mix in run, mix in pass. Results in the touchdown pass, but really everything they did, the entire possession worked to perfection. You can sustain the drives like that and come away with touchdowns. Man, that goes a long way towards establishing your identity for the rest of this game.
His kick is good. Makes the score Packers 7, Seahawks 3.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. Johnson now to return. And he is stopped
The Seahawks
at
take
25,
over
and that will begin there. The Seahawks offense ready to take over once more. They'll start out first down and 10. On the ground, it's Walker to start the drive, and he'll get about 4 to the 29. Here's second and 6.
It's now second and 6.
Back to throw. Short pass taken in by the tight end. And it'll be a short pickup that's not enough for the first down.
Third down.
They'll try to sneak it here. And not much there. It's back to the original line. They'll gain on that.
First down. First and 10 at the 35-yard line.
Ball out to the 35-yard line as they come up for first and 10. Here's a handoff to Walker. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. And up on the 11 yards on that. It's good for a Seahawks first down.
First and 10. The 47-yard line.
Quickly to the outside and complete. And he's going to be brought down. And with that tackle, we hit the end of the first quarter of play. And play halted for a moment. We have an injured Seahawk player. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. We are through one. 7-3 is our score. Greg and I back in the Great Northwest in a moment. Seahawks football beginning this second quarter. Ball on the 47-yard line. Here's second and 4. As we are ready to get back underway. And he will keep the drive moving. Gets the first down. Makes the game a 5-6.
That's another Seahawks first down. First and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Off the playbook. He'll look to throw. That one broken up. It is incomplete. They tried the shot on first down. Couldn't connect. It'll bring up second down.
Coverage by Javon Bullard.
Gets it. He's hit after the catch, and the ball comes free. And the Packers have recovered the football.
You know, Mike, with the importance being placed on yards after the catch, we're seeing more and more guys really emphasize turning into a runner as soon as possible. And, of course, it's a critical part of today's modern offense. But the part you have to remember, the yards are never more important than protecting the ball, so it needs to continue to be stressed. Yes, we want the big explosive play after the catch, but never at the expense of the ball.
The Packers offense and their running back getting set for this next possession. And as we take a look at league leaders in receiving touchdowns by the running backs, he's right up there among the best in the league. This is on that right sideline.
And the Packers first down. A gain of 19 yards. First down, Green Bay.
To the air. It's Vick. He's got his man on the in route. Yes, taking it over the middle. Two nice play calls here to kick off the drive. 15 more on that one.
And the Packers first down.
Look at the three tight ends here on 1st and 10. Up the middle they go. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line.
First down.
Last play got 15. This one gains 15.
First down,
And
Green
another
Bay.
first down. And they'll get him down inside the 5-yard line. Interesting play coming up.
First and goal, Green Bay.
Throwing now. Vick. That's to the end zone, but they can't connect. It's incomplete in the end zone.
That's one he'd love to have back. An opportunity to score 6 was right there for the taking. Just wasn't quite meant to be.
Now again, on the ground. Let's give him a yard down to the 3-yard line.
You know, it's easy to sit up here and say, hey, just keep running the ball. They've been efficient, just kind of wear down this defense by 1,000 different paper cuts. But the problem is, it's only contingent upon your ability to keep the score down. So if you want to continue to run the ball this often,
Good blocking, and he's in. Touchdown, Green Bay.
make no mistake about it, he may get the glory, but that does not happen without unbelievable blocking up front. So let's give the big guys all the credit in the world. He's able to displace the defense right there at the point of attack, and that's about as easy a goal line touchdown as you're going to see all year.
The kick is good. Makes the score Packers 14, Seahawks 3.
Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. Now return coming from the 7. Now it's past the 30.
The Seahawks take
Finally
over
get
first
him
and
down, but
10
he gets all the way up close to the 40-yard line. Now a first and 10 from the 38-yard line. From the gun, here's the give to Walker. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
So there's multiple factors, Mike, that make blitzes successful. So, of course, there's the initial design. Can you attack the vulnerabilities of the offense's blocking scheme? And then in this case, the next phase is the timing. You can see this linebacker knew exactly when that ball was going to be snapped. The offensive line had no chance to identify and pick him up, and he's able to bring him down for a loss.
Brings up the third.
Now on 3rd and 2, they'll try and throw for it. Carrying that ball loosely, and it is out. And the Packers have recovered the football.
Illegal blocking the ball. Offense.
Start on the ground.
Number 28, the ball carrier.
From the 35,
Brought down
here's
at the
2nd down and
35-yard
4.
line. A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 4.
On play action, it's Vick. Quick throw here is complete. And it'll be a short pickup. That's not enough for the first down.
It's a gain of 3. Brings up 3rd and inches.
It's the quarterback with the sneak. And that'll keep the drive going. He's got the first down.
3 yards.
Up past the 40-yard line.
And the Packers first down. 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Here's 1st and 10. Here's Vick. The pass is caught by Turner. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8.
Brings up 2nd and 1 at the 50-yard line.
Now, Vick. Oh, he's going to be bottled up and taken down. They got him. Now it looks like we have an injured Packer player on the field. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. We're going to try to pick this up on 3rd and 8. To throw is Vick. His throw left side is complete. And he's down inside the 40-yard line. 2 times they've connected on this drive now. This one for 21 yards and a first down.
21 yards. First down, Packers.
Now, faking the give. He'll take a shot down the middle of the field.
So much of that comes down to the defender's position. Being able to get himself to a spot, get his hands on the ball, and a chance at that pick. Mike, that ball was thrown. Me and you were sitting here saying, that's a touchdown. And instead, they force a turnover, and now their offense is back on the field.
The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Right away, they'll set up to throw. That one just too far. Out in front, and it's incomplete. Try again. It's 2nd and 10.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 20-yard line.
He'll look to throw. The 2nd down throw is incomplete.
2nd down.
The biggest issue and why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the ups and downs of this passing game. And sometimes he's highly accurate and efficient, but at others, he just misses too many easy throws. Question is, are they going to be able to overcome this quarterback inconsistency and pull this game out?
From the 32 now, here's 1st and 10.
The Seahawks first down.
On play action, he'll set up the throw. In trouble, and he's going to be taken down.
After allowing a chunk play on that previous down, nice job there settling in. They make a big play of their own. They get him down for a sack.
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. They'll throw out of the gun. And that ball in and out of his hands. It is incomplete. Might tell you after the game he should have come up with that one. He doesn't. And now 3rd down comes up. He'll drop to throw. He manages to get the throw away and completes it. And they'll bring him down on the other side of the midfield. How about that play off the call sheet to convert 3rd and 18 for a first down.
44-yard line.
On play action, he'll set up to throw. And he can't hang on through the contact. Incomplete. Good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. It'll bring up 2nd down. That one swung out wide to Walker. And he will not get away. Gets him We're back to Seattle after this. It is 3rd and long. Now they'll set up to throw. He'll get this complete to Walker. He's going to be out of bounds. He is well shy where he needed to get to. It'll bring up 4th down. And not the greatest of results here. This is going to hit in the field of play and continue
at their own
out of bounds.
28-yard line.
It's a 3 tight end look as they have it 1st and 10. They'll begin here on the ground. Not much there. Maybe a yard.
30-yard line.
2nd down
2 yards
and 8.
on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8.
Throwing is big. And that one is complete along the boundary. Good job of getting those feet in back.
16 yards.
So they come to the line for 1st down and 10.
A gain of 16 yards. And a Packer
To throw. Here's Vick. He'll throw it left and has his running back.
pass.
And he'll only manage a couple of yards
27.
before he's out of bounds.
Out of bounds at his own 49-yard line.
Vick gonna look to throw. That one into the hands of Turner. Packers go ahead and use the first of their timeouts as they get the stoppage with just under 50 seconds remaining here in half number 1. Here's a 3rd down and 4. They'll look to throw. Over the middle and take it in. He's got it. That's his 3rd catch of this 1st half and good enough for a 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 36-yard line.
A handoff as they try to run it here. And boy, tough to bring down there. Riding forward for a gain of 7. Timeout Green Bay. It'll be their 2nd. As it comes 22 seconds remaining till halftime. Back to throw. And he'll be taken down after a gain of 3, but that is good enough for a 1st down. Packers going to use their final timeout now, and it'll come with 15 seconds to play in this 1st half. To the air, it's Vick. He'll step up and run.
The quarterback on the scramble.
They face 2nd down and 7.
Turner on the tackle. It's a pickup of 3. Brings up 2nd and 7.
He'll get up and clock
at
it
the
here,
Seahawks'
and they're set up to
23-yard line.
possibly get 3 before the break. He makes up for the
field
earlier
goal
miss.
is
This
good.
time, the kick is
Makes the
good.
score, Packers.
So if it half here out west, and we'll send it back east to Scott Hanson, who has our EA Sports halftime report.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Week 6 is here, starting to get a little bit of a sense who the contenders are and who the pretenders are. Let's hop in. Our trip through the NFL starts now. In the Windy City, the Bears at home to take on another team from the
First half played out a bit as we expected. We'll see if there's a surprise coming up Both teams set to go, and the second half is underway. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line.
Take over first and 10.
Packers offense
At their own
and their running back
26-yard line.
getting ready to go back to work. And he has been a tough guy to contain all season long, as reflected in those numbers that you see there. Off the play fake. Here's Vick. To the right side here. Pass is caught. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Off the play fake. He'll look to throw. He'll step up and run this.
Initially, Mike, a really good job by the defense. They want to go with the pressure this quarterback. He's forced to pull it down and turn it to a runner. A little slow reaction, and he's able to actually pick up a pretty good game.
Now give up the middle. And they're going to work this down inside the 45. Pick up there of 13. Good for a Green Bay first down.
First and 10 at the 41-yard line.
He'll turn and hand this one off. And they're going to bring him down. There is a penalty marker on the field.
Let's play ball. They can't stop us.
He'll get this outside. Can he get away? No! He's going to be taken down behind the line.
Certainly not how they drew it up for his first catch of the game, but he's on the board, and I think the hope is continue to go his way, and next time, let's try to pick up some yards.
Nothing for a run after catch on that one. Out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage.
He's taken out of bounds behind the line of
On
scrimmage.
third down, it's Vick. And he'll gain some yardage here, but that is not nearly enough for the first down.
Number 19.
It's going to bring up fourth
A gain
down.
of only a yard.
When a defense
It's fourth
has
down.
speed to the ball like this group does, it makes these wide receiver screens really challenging because all those fast linebackers and defensive backs that are chasing the ball carrier, the offensive line are the ones responsible for them, and sometimes that's just a speed
Fair
mismatch,
catch.
and
Signaled
they can't get
for
out in front.
and taken. The Seahawks take over first and 10 at their own 12-yard line.
Back to throw here to begin the drop. And he'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just
Number
3.
88. A 3-yard pickup brings up second and 7 at the 15-yard line.
Here's Walker. Uh-oh. Trying to avoid tacklers, and the ball is out. And it will be another turnover as this defense does it again.
Something these running back coaches preach all the time, Mike, is you can't sacrifice the ball for additional yardage, and I think we had a case of that going here. I love the effort. I love the fight, but it can't come at the expense of the ball. Everything in football is about protecting the ball itself, and in this case, just a little bit too loose with it. They're able to pop it loose, and
remember now, all turnovers have to be verified by a replay.
Is under
So they
review.
might be taking a look at this one. At issue was the knee or any other body part except the hand down before the ball comes loose, and are the visuals convincing enough to overturn the call on the field? So that one overturned. They say the runner was down, and that will not be a fumble. Blitz coming. He'll throw it. Catch made. Right side. It's Johnson. 2 first downs. Has him up to the 44-yard line. It's first and 10.
First and 10 at the 44-yard line.
Here comes the blitz as he looks to throw. And he'll be marked out at the 45-yard line.
It's another
1st and 10.
First down. 1st and 10 at the 45-yard line.
Run up the middle. It's Walker. And they'll take this down inside the 45. That's 13 more on that play. And quickly, another 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 32-yard line.
Keep it on the ground and keep it with Walker. And he's going to be taken down. Not so easy this time. They drop him back behind the line. It's 2nd down.
Loss of 2 brings up 2nd and 12 at the Packers' 34-yard line.
Jigba left side, he's got it.
The pass.
He'll get about 6 before he's taken down.
And Jigba. It's a gain of 6. Brings up 3rd and 6.
On 3rd down, he'll set up to throw. Now a deep ball toward the end zone.
The pass.
I like the idea of taking your shot there on 3rd down, pushing the ball downfield, looking for the touchdown. But now as it brings up 4th down, you're already this close. You're in field goal range, but do you keep that offense on the field and try to maintain possession and see if you can come away with 6? And when you find yourself down double digits, you don't want to make habit of settling for these field goals. It does allow them to chip away a little bit and cut into this deficit, but they've got to find a way to score touchdowns.
This fielded at about the 9. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start.
At their own
The Packers
28-yard
offense and their running back set to go once more. And you have to imagine the defense is saying, how do we stop this guy? He has run roughshod through him to this point in the 3rd quarter. On play action, it's Vick. His fullback releasing, and he's going to bring it in.
To number 4.
And he's out of bounds on the pass play. That's good for 8 yards.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up 2nd and 2.
They'll run on 2nd down. And he's going to be taken down right at midfield. It's a pickup of 13 yards. 1st down, Packers.
A gain of 13 yards. 1st down, Packers.
Now, faking the give. Oh, in trouble, and down he goes.
And now we're seeing the game kind of go back and forth. Each team trading blows, trying to establish control over the other. Nice chunk play on the previous play. The defense responds back with a sack. We'll see which team can establish a little bit more of this control as the game unfolds.
I got it.
To throw is Vick. Oh, a lot of chances on that one. It was bouncing around,
Intended for
but it
number
falls
12.
incomplete.
It's now 3rd down and 16.
Throwing now on 3rd and long. The throw on the run is complete. And he's taken down inside the opponent's 35.
And the Packers.
What a letdown for the defense. They allow a conversion
gain of
on
25
3rd
yards.
and 16.
And a Packer 1st down.
And another great throw. And I'll tell you what, Mike, so far today, this certainly does not look like a rookie quarterback. I mean, he is in complete control of his offense.
And a nice
10
run.
more yards.
Get him about 9.
He was taken down.
It'll bring up 2nd down.
10 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and inches.
And that'll be a gain of 2.
Gain of 2.
And a 1st down.
That's another Packers 1st down. 2 yards on the play. 1st down, Green Bay.
Throwing now. He takes off.
The best quarterbacks don't see the rush, they feel the rush, and that's exactly what this guy was able to do here. He's able to escape the initial pressure and immediately realizes, I got some space out in front of me. Picks up a solid gain here on 1st down.
And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage.
It's a loss of
Nothing
a
more.
yard. And it's 3rd down.
Now, Vick. That one incomplete. Humphrey standing there. Able to jar the ball free in a big spot. And now it is 4th down.
I think as the offense comes to the sideline now, the quarterback and his wide receivers need to get together and say, hey, guys, what are you seeing out there? How can we find some open targets? Because on that last down, there was nowhere to go with the ball.
No issues there. This one is good. And the Packers will extend their lead.
And this is what you want. Clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? They're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
Yeah! And he'll bring it out to the 22-yard line. That's where the offense will take the field.
22-yard line.
Some of y'all too big for your britches. How's about a high five with the good girls and the good guys? Come on. You and Bang out here with the good guys.
This drive starts on the ground with Walker. And he'll manage to get this ahead for a pickup of 5. The motion man is Sanders. So these teams trade field goals in the 3rd as we come to the end of the quarter. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Ball on the 28-yard line. Here's 2nd and 4. Walker now gets us going here in the 4th quarter. He takes a really good play in the backfield. They were all over him defensively for that run.
He sniffed that one out from the jump. I mean, once he diagnosed and knew where the ball was going, he got there in a hurry, and he put an end to that play really before it ever got started.
They need 8 as they come up for 3rd down. Now they'll set up to throw. This one down the field, but lined up incomplete.
It's just so hard to be a good offense in the NFL, Mike, when you are not good on 3rd down. Your inability to extend drives, it either puts a lot of pressure on your coaches to be aggressive on 4th down or simply punt or take a field goal. You have to maintain possession and give you more cracks to score touchdowns.
The Packers offense and their quarterback headed out for their next possession.
24-yard
And
line.
he has been masterful so far leading this offense, keeping the mistakes to a minimum, on point with his passes, generally one step ahead of the defense all game long. Short pass taken in by the tight end. And he's going to get this to the 37-yard line.
That's good for a Packers first down.
Take him, go get him,
A gain of 13 yards. First down, Packers.
Handoff here, up the middle. He'll be taken down after a gain of 2.
He does a nice job going from his safety position, filling his run gap assignment. Keeps this to a modest gain at best.
Second down, they run the counter.
The ball carried by number
And
27.
he'll be stacked up at the
Brought
line of
down
scrimmage.
right at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Brings up 3rd down and 7.
Throwing is Vick. This one broken up. It's incomplete. Good job separating the receiver from the ball. And it is 4th down.
When you get the ball in this situation, what you're looking to do is not only end the drive with a touchdown to put the game away, but you'd love to chew up some clock. So with that incomplete pass now likely putting an end to this series, that's a big opportunity for them to try to close this game out.
And not much doing there. They made sure he would not get free. Out comes the Seattle offense as they get ready for their next possession. This drive starts at the 21. It's 1st and 10. They send the tight end in motion. On play action, he'll set up to throw. Got a man open downfield on the crossing route. His second to the afternoon. Good for a 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 41-yard line.
This hasn't been his best game by any means, but what I really like, Mike, is regardless of the score, regardless of the time of the game, he is out there battling. He's doing everything in his power to chip away and see if he can get his team back in this game here in the 4th quarter. They've got to find a way to capitalize in this drive. Continue to cut into that deficit. Every possession is critical. Take advantage when you have the ball.
From the 42-yard line, here's 2nd and 8. On play action, he'll set up to throw. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. They'll get 19 out of that play. 1st down, Seattle.
And the Seahawks, 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line.
Shotgun run now with Walker. That's the way you want to run it on 1st down.
He's brought
A
down
gain
at
of
the
7.
31. It's a gain of 8. Brings up 2nd and 2.
Look wide. Get this one complete. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line. Down to the 1st and 10.
21-yard line.
Here's a designed run. It's a gain of 13 and it's 1st and goal.
That's another Seahawks 1st down. 1st and goal at the 7-yard line.
Well, a chance to get right back in it here. 1st down and goal.
Hey, on his hip, on his hip, on his hip.
He'll look to throw. A throw left side, but it's incomplete.
For the most part, he's been very accurate with the ball. He's completing over 60% of his passes, but because they haven't been able to get any big explosive plays, continue to push the ball downfield, hasn't really translated on the scoreboard just yet.
And some space opening up as he works it down to the 2.
Brought down at the 2-yard line.
And as of right now, they find themselves trailing at the moment, but it's certainly not because of the ground game. I mean, he's averaging over 4 yards per carry. Just hasn't been enough.
And he will score! They are picking away at this one now. Very big touchdown. It's the right within reach of pulling this comeback off.
Well, Mike, at the very least, they've given themselves a chance, but can they get a stop and get the ball back again for a chance to go down and really make this one interesting?
The extra point is good. And the Seahawks will cut the deficit to 7.
20. Seahawks 13.
So, things a little more interesting now. Back to a one-score game as they kick it away. A safe kick taken at the 5. And it'll be brought down
The
past the
Packers
25.
take over 1st and
Decent
10
field position
at
to
their
start
own
this drive.
26-yard line.
The Packers offense and their running back getting set for this next possession. And it's hard to believe you can run the ball a whole lot better than he has. The vision, the cutback ability, the acceleration, the stats. It is all all been on display throughout. Up the sideline, past midfield. A big one here in the fourth quarter. 37 yards.
A gain of 37 yards.
They'll stay on the ground. And they bring them down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line. A gain there of 11. Good for a Green Bay first half.
26-yard line.
To throw, here's Vic. That ball flutters to the ground. It's incomplete. Unfortunate there wasn't a defender right there in the area. Could have been a turnover. Instead, it brings up second down. Out of the gun, here's a run of the gun. That one never got started. Defensive pressure too much, and they drop him in the backfield.
You know, at this point, the defense has to sell out and stop the run. You know exactly what the offense is trying to get accomplished by keeping the ball on the ground. But now the question remains, are they willing to take some risk here and put the ball in the air on third down? Or do they play it safe and keep running the clock by keeping the ball on the ground?
Incomplete.
Little miscommunication there. Now brings up third down. It just doesn't appear that the quarterback and the wide receiver were on the same page on that last pass.
And this one, right down the middle. It's good. And that could be big. They now take a 2-score advantage.
So anytime an offense comes off the field after settling for 3, you always have to take the good with the bad. In order to get down there in field goal range, you had to do something positive to move the ball. But at the same time, how are we going to be able to finish these drives and convert for 6 the next time we get down there?
Well, Seahawks offense headed back to take over once more. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. This one broken up. It's incomplete. The defender right there with him. It brings up second down.
It's now 2nd and 10 at the 30-yard line.
He'll drop the throw. That's complete. It's JSN. And a good job rallying to the football. Holding just a gain of a yard and sets up third
A
down.
2-yard pickup makes it 3rd and 8.
Throwing now from the gun. That one too far out in front. It is incomplete. Jackson Smith and Jigba, the intended receiver.
Results in a 4th
And it's going to bring up 4th down. They'll look to throw. And that is incomplete, but a penalty flag comes in.
That's interference.
That might
Defense.
make this a first down.
Oh, yeah, let's make them earn any yard, every single yard, baby.
They'll look to throw again. And the throw left sideline caught. They rule incomplete. Couldn't keep the feet in. And it's second
Brings
down.
up 2nd and 10.
They'll look to throw yet again. They'll try to set up the screen here with Walker. And he is out of bounds at the 31-yard line. They'll come up here, 1st
27 yards.
and 10.
That's good for a Seahawks first down.
Pass to the air one more time. And he let him a
The
bit
pass.
too much.
Intended
Pass is
for Ken
incomplete.
Walker.
They'll try again here,
Incomplete.
2nd and 10.
It's now 2nd and 10.
On the handoff, this is Walker. He is tough to bring down. They finally do. Somehow he manages to get
Brought down
back
behind
to
the
the
line
line
of
of scrimmage.
A loss of 1 brings up 3rd down and 11.
Shotgun snap as they'll throw it on 3rd down.
The 3rd down.
This
pass.
one just too far for the receiver. Out in front of him. That one falls incomplete.
This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the the defense because, think, Mike, they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. And at the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go with the ball.
Makes the score.
And I can tell you firsthand, Mike, when you find yourself trailing in a game, you don't feel very good about coming away with field goals. But in this case, it does get them a little bit closer and cut into this deficit.
From the 6, here comes a return. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. Packers offense and their running back getting ready to go back to work. Down give on the ground. Now Seattle going to use the first of their timeouts. And they'll get together prior to the second down play.
Brings up 2nd and 7.
A quick throw on the RPO is complete. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
That's good.
Timeout Seahawks. That is their second. They'll be disappointed there after giving up the first down.
First down, Green Bay.
Gonna look to throw. Got his receiver on the in-cut. He's got it. He's going to be taken down at about the 30. Now Seattle will use the final timeout, and they'll get a chance to catch their breath over on the sideline. Throw to the right flat. It is caught. And he's not going to get too far. Tackle after a gain of just a yard.
1-yard gain.
2 minutes remain in the fourth quarter.
29-yard line.
Greg and I back on EA Sports after this. Here's 2nd and 9. Up the middle they go. They'll take this ahead for a gain of about 5. And here comes third
The
down.
tackle made at the 24-yard line. That's a gain of 5. Brings up 3rd and 3.
They'll drop the throw. A throw on the move is caught. And he's very close to a touchdown. They mark him just shy of the goal line. Now it looks like we have an injured Packer player on the field. That is a worrisome development here late in the game. From the 1-yard line, first down and goal. Victory very much in sight now as they'll take a knee. From back at the 2 now, here's 2nd and goal. Down to a knee one more time. And that should just about do it. So, it's a win here for the visiting Packers. They bounced back from the loss last week, really put in a determined effort, and will come away with the victory. So that'll just about do it for Greg Olsen and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. So long, everybody. for some football. That is Ben Sauls, who has the ball on the tee. And off we go here on Sunday Night Primetime. The Green Bay offense set to go to work for the first time. They're led out by their rookie new quarterback this season out of LSU.
One thing about this guy that's pretty clear, Mike, is there's not a whole lot that rattles him. He does a good job staying even-keeled. You don't know if he just threw a pick or if he just led his team to a touchdown drive. And that was kind of the case last week. He didn't let it snowball into a bunch of bad breaking mistakes. Shook it off and kept playing. Now, can he keep that mentality as the rest of the year unfolds? And if he does, he's going to give his team a chance every single week.
They'll stick with him again.
Number 27,
And
the ball
nothing
carrier.
doing there.
He was
Only
taken
back to the
down
line of
behind the line of
scrimmage.
scrimmage.
It'll be an
A
early
loss of
third
one.
down coming
It's
up.
now 3rd and 9.
He'll try and get there on the ground. Give him 11 on the scramble. Get them to set down.
First and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Here's 1st and 10. Here's Vic. And that's out. The pressure too much. He'll go down.
When you can win so fast as an edge rusher, you put so much pressure on the quarterback to speed everything up. He can sense that pressure coming either from his front or back side. It either speeds up and leads to an errant throw, or in this case, it leads to a sack.
Got him in. Going across the field. He's got it. That's good. 20 yards on that pass play. First down.
First and 10 at the 45-yard line.
Every staff in the league that understands it, we have to play a rookie quarterback, regardless of their talent, regardless of how high they were drafted. The ideal situation is to fill that hole with as many veteran players as possible. The quarterback's going to be young. He's going to make some mistakes. The more veteran, talented guys around him, the easier it is to weather those mistakes.
Last play went the wrong way. It sets up 2nd and long. It's 2nd down and 12. Off the play fake. Here's Vic. Oh, got him again the 2nd time with a sack on this opening drive. Play to the opening drive coming up, and now they face third down. To throw is Vic. This defense hitting their ears back, coming to get him again. Jalen Carter. He's in to drop him for a sack, and that will bring up 4th down.
Let's give a lot of credit to the defensive plan that this coaching staff has come up with coming into today's game. Every time it seems like the offense makes an adjustment, the defense counterpunches. Different looks, different fronts, different pressure packages. They have had all the answers so far, and the sacks just keep piling up.
Now a fair catch, and it's going to be a long field. They'll take over right about their own 13. So the Philadelphia offense set to take over for the first time. They're led out by the MVP of Super Bowl 59 at quarterback, Jalen Hurts.
They find themselves coming off a win last week that came right down to the end, and the best teams in the NFL, Mike, they can win close games, and they can win different style games. You're not going to blow people out consistently in the NFL. The league is just too good and has too much parity. But the teams that are the best in one-score games, they're often the ones finding themselves in the best position come playoff time.
They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up 3rd down.
A 3-yard pickup, and it's 3rd down.
From the shotgun, it's Hurts. He's got his man on the in route. Yes, take it in over the middle.
It's just one of those plays that when the ball carrier watches this back in the film room tomorrow, he's going to be a little frustrated with himself. If he could just have made that one guy miss, he picks up the 1st down. Instead, he gets brought down short of the sticks, and now they got a 4th down decision to make.
Ooh. And it's a good solid return as he takes it back up near midfield.
Their own 46-yard
The Packers offense and their running back set to go once more. They'll go 3 tight ends here on 1st and 10. Drive will start on the ground.
take the back down for a loss.
On play action, it's Vick. That's out to the flat, and it's complete. Well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up third down.
That's a gain of 4. Brings up third and 10.
Now, Vick. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a fourth down. The Packers going to call out the field goal unit. They'll put this one down at midfield. Here comes a 60-yard attempt. His kick is good. From 60 yards out, he's got the leg to knock it through.
And you talk about having confidence in your kicker, Mike. I mean, to send him out there to kick from midfield, and what does he do? He repays you with that confidence with a 60-yard field goal. I mean, that was something else.
He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Eagles offense ready for their second possession. And a good piece of running there. He'll get about 9 yards past the 35-yard line. You get a look there at his numbers on the ground from a week ago.
It's second and inches.
The RPO. One is complete. And they'll pick up the first down, a gain of about 4.
That's good for an Eagles first down.
Play action. Here's Hurts. That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Javon Bullard. And the Packers are going to take over just shy of midfield.
Mike, these are just throws you're not accustomed to seeing, especially from a quarterback that has played this much football. He's been around the NFL for a long time. He's got to make better decisions. Costly mistakes like that are going to kill his team.
Out comes the Green Bay offense now as they get set to take over again. They'll look to build on their 3-0 lead as this drive starts with a 1st and 10.
Hey, watch the ball. Get your eyes on the get the ball. Let's go.
Now, faking the give. Looking for his tight end on the corner. He's got it. They gained 17 on that one. A very quick first down.
First and 10 at the 35-yard line.
From the 35, it's 1st and 10. That's going to be intercepted. Past the 40. Inside the 20. Fighting for the goal line. He lost the football. It's out. And the Eagles are going to take possession here. It's a touchdown. They'll take over at the 20-yard line.
Me and the bros in the stone and ride like many outside, so I'm staying inside. Show you and I vibe, take a food like Tupac. I see the bunch of mean guys in the band and a tie. Throwing on the west side, give it side eyes.
So even though they avoid the turnover, this is still a play that they're going to coach hard off of. They're going to bring guys into the meeting room next week and say, hey, guys, we're not always going to be so fortunate. The ball is not always going to bounce our way. Anybody who handles the ball from the center to the quarterback to any of the ball carriers,
Offense.
the most important aspect of team offense is protecting the ball at all costs.
Throwing is Vick. Quick throw here is complete.
Vick's pass.
From the 23,
Number
here's
82.
2nd and 7.
A 6-yard pickup brings up second down at the
To the
23-yard
air.
line.
It's Vick. Throw on the run
A gain
is
of 10
complete.
yards.
And that's going to be a first
the
down. A
Packers'
pickup
first
of
down.
9. From the shotgun, it's a give up the middle. Inside the 40. 20. 15. And he will score. Touchdown, Packers. Touchdown number 7 for him on the year. Good looking rushing touchdown there. Offensive line does its job. That back taking off to the end zone for the touchdown.
Mike, you're exactly right. it in the box score for that long rushing touchdown, but it was the big guys up front who were able to make that play possible.
Good. Makes the score Packers 10, Eagles nothing.
So the lead is now 10-0 as this kicks away. This taken at the 5. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25. Here comes the Philly offense now as they make their way back onto the field. This unit hasn't been at their best early on. Punt followed by an interception on their first 2 drives. Hurts looking to throw on first down. He runs with it. And Hurts wisely going to slide after he's picked up the first down.
It's a gain of 11. And the Eagles first down. First and 10 at the 35-yard line.
Receiver in motion. Going right. They show jet sweep and instead run it up the middle. And he's going to be brought down. And with that tackle, we hit the end of the first quarter of play. Eagles in possession to start the second quarter. Ball on the 36 now. Here's second down and 9. As we are ready to get back underway. Going down the middle of the field, and he's got his tight end. And he's taken down inside the opponent's 35. Big time play for Philly. 33 yards.
Valuable real estate on the field, Mike, that every offense is trying to attack is the middle of the field. So when you have a tight end who's as good as this guy and you can get vertical down the middle, man, that is a nightmare for these defenses to do.
And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
So this team finds themselves now in a little bit of a tricky situation here, Mike. If they don't find a way to start sustaining some of these drives and come away with points, all of a sudden you're trailing by double digits in the second half. You become very one-dimensional. You become very pass-heavy, and that's certainly not how any team in the NFL wants to play.
Eagles first down. First and 10 at the 18-yard line.
That is caught out wide on the RPO. And he will score! Touchdown, Philadelphia. It's his 3rd touchdown catch this year.
Mike, we used to have a saying that it was the responsibility of the receiver to run the route through the eyes of the quarterback. And I think this is a great example here. 2 guys clearly on the same page. Quarterback expected his target to be in a certain place at a certain time. He's there, ball's delivered accurately. He's able to pick up the rest with his legs, and that's a big-time connection for the touchdown.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. Very good kickoff. Returnable from the 4. Nice job by the return team as he takes it across the 30-yard line. The Packers offense and their running backs getting set for this next possession. They lead by a field goal as they go to work with a 1st and 10. Off play action. He'll set up to throw. The ball deflected at least a couple of times, but it'll fall to the ground. It's incomplete. We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. The throw. Here's Vick. And that one's incomplete, but a late flag comes in. Looked like he might have gotten there early. So, from the 39, they come up on 1st and 10. second and 9.
At the 40-yard line.
Throwing now, Vick. He'll get this out to his running back. He'll get about 6 before he's taken down.
To number 27.
Third down.
That's a
3 to
gain
go.
of 6. Brings up 3rd and 3.
Shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. That is incomplete. Great work to get in there. Make things difficult defensively. And it sets up 4th down.
But here we find the best laid plans sometimes do go astray. Every offense, Mike, what do they tell us? We want to stay ahead of the chains. We want to stay on schedule. This was a 3rd and very reasonable. Incomplete on that 3rd down try. Now brings up 4th and short.
And he couldn't get that one to check up. It'll keep bouncing into the end zone. It's a touchback. The Eagles offense and Jalen Hurts getting set for their next possession. And he continues to show off his ability to run with the football when the situation calls for it. He is the NFL's leader in rush yards at the quarterback position. He's going to be so after the loss on 1st, here's 2nd and 14. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up 3rd down.
That's a gain of 2. Brings up 3rd and 12.
Shotgun snap now to Hurts. Taking off, he'll try to carry that ball loosely, and it is out. It appeared that an Eagle was able to get his hands on it, and indeed, the signal, Philadelphia will hold on to possession.
Now, obviously, there's never a good time to fumble the ball. It's probably the thing that teams stress the most is ball security. But it makes it a little bit easier knowing that your own team was able to fall on top of it, and at least you can maintain possession.
Here's Jordan Stout now, as he's on to punt for the 2nd time. Fair catch called and made right there at the 25-yard line. The Packers offense ready to take over possession of the football. It's a 3 tight end look as they have it 1st and 10. Off the play fake. He'll look to throw. Off-balance throw. It's complete. That's a nice pickup on a 1st down throw. It's a gain of 8.
It's a gain of 9. Brings up 2nd and a yard.
They're going to look to throw. That one down the field, but they cannot connect. And it's incomplete.
Contrary to what all of the fans at home think, I don't have rooting interest in any of these games. But as you know, when it comes to tight ends, there's no bigger fan than this guy right here. I want to see them be able to connect, especially on those big plays downfield.
And he will dart all the way. Touchdown, Green Bay. A beautiful combination in the air there. Pass downfield and bringing it the rest of the way into the end zone for the touchdown.
And it's really just a great route, Mike, and then a beautiful throw. The accuracy of the throw is what allowed the receiver not only to secure the catch, but then be able to turn it up and finish the play and find himself in the end zone.
The extra point, up and good. And the Packers will get out in front, 17-7. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. The return starts from the 5. And this will work out quite well. They'll get it all the way out to the 30-yard line. The Eagles offense makes their way back out to the field for their next possession. They find themselves down 17-7. This drive starts 1st and 10. They'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 34-yard line.
A quick throw on the RPO is complete. And he's out of bounds up beyond the 45-yard line.
Eagles
1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 47-yard
To throw
line.
is Hurts. His receiver on the in cut. He's got it.
Complete
And
to
he's
number
brought
82.
down after a gain
It's a
of
gain
6
of 7.
on first down.
Brings up second and 3 at the 46-yard line.
To the air again. Hurts. Quick throw out wide. It's caught.
Gain of 9
And that's a first down. This could be a gain of 8.
First down. A gain of 9 yards and an Eagle first down.
They'll run on the inside handoff. Space to run inside the 20. And he will get into the end zone. Touchdown, Eagles. First touchdown of the game for the NFL's leader in rushing TDs. Big play out of the running game as the back accelerates all the way to the house for the rushing touchdown.
And Mike, when we talk about burst, that's what we're talking about. And they told us all week, be ready for this guy. He's got something special to him, and that long touchdown there is exactly what they're talking
His
about.
kick is good.
Makes
the score Packers 17, Eagles 14.
I just want to rock. I just want to...
The kickoff team is out of the field, and we're back to it as the kicks away. This one taken at the 7. Good job in coverage. They're going to get him down short of the 20-yard line. Packers offense, and their running back getting ready to go back to work. And he's been a tough man to stop in this first half, putting up some big numbers already. And remember, we haven't even reached halftime yet. Quick throw, taken in. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down.
A 6-yard pickup brings up second and 4 at the 24-yard line.
Now a give up the middle. He's going to have a Packers first down as the tackle's made at the 36.
First and 10 at the 36-yard line.
They should consider themselves lucky. You can't let a pass rusher through that quickly and not expect there to be consequences. Fortunately, they're at least able to fall on it and prevent this from being a complete disaster.
The throw is Vic. Looking for his tight end there, but let him explode.
Incomplete.
It is third
He
and
was
long.
covered by Xavier McKinney.
Here's Vic. And that is incomplete.
Vic's pass intended for number 87.
So on a day where he's completed, give or take half of his passes, Mike, you have to imagine there's a handful of throws he'd like to have back, and I think that last one falls in that category. But the biggest thing, and most fortunately for them, they find themselves with the lead despite a bit of an up-and-down performance out of their quarterback.
Take over first
The
and 10
Eagles offense back
at
onto
their
the
own
field for their next
23-yard line.
possession. Operating from their own 23, they'll begin first and 10. Hurts. Gonna keep it on the option.
Quarterback keeps it on the
Probably
option.
should have given that one up.
Brought
Back to
down
the line
behind
of
the line
scrimmage,
of
and that's all.
A loss of a yard brings up second and 11 at the 22-yard line.
On second down, Hurts. Looking down the field there, but it
Intended
falls
for number
incomplete.
29.
Third
Incomplete.
and 11.
It's third down.
From the shotgun, it's Hurts. And that is incomplete.
Intended for number 29.
That has to be a disappointing end to this drive. Just think, when they took the field on this possession, Mike, they were thinking they got a shot to go down there and take the lead, but they couldn't even get to midfield, let alone the end zone. If they end up getting another shot before halftime, they've got to find a way to have better execution than they did right here.
That is good coverage by the punt team as they meet him and bring him down. The Packers offense ready to take over once again. Now, Vick. That one into the hands of Turner.
Hey, check that.
Around the 45-yard line.
First down.
Packers go ahead and use the first of their timeouts. And they'll get a chance to talk things over after picking up that first down. He'll drop the throw. He's got a receiver wide open. Left side. And he's taken down inside the opponent's 35.
First and 10 at the 33-yard line.
RPO. That one is complete.
Vick's pass.
We hear the term RPO so often, Mike, and it continues to kind of trickle its way into the NFL. But remember, it's a lot different in the NFL than it is in the college game where it's a lot more prevalent. The lineman cannot go downfield, so that quarterback has to make a lot of really fast snapshot decisions, or else it's going to lead to a penalty or him holding on to the ball too long. So it's something that teams want to implement, but maybe not quite to the level that we see in the college game.
So they move inside the 20, first and 10 at the 18. Under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him. And we're going to get a timeout with 2 seconds remaining in the second quarter. The Packers going to call out the field goal unit. And this will be from 42 yards out. He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Packers going to tack on 3 more, extending the lead here late in the first half.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. Lots to get to from a jam-packed Sunday of football. Let's get right into it. Our journey around the NFL starts now with an intriguing matchup in the AFC. And this is the quarterback of the Dolphins. He's going to find his man here. This, one of his 3 touchdown passes on the night. The Dolphins had to work for it, but they win it by a field goal. Why don't we move on now and check in on another big mid-season matchup. And here's the Bengals running back. 54 yards to the house. The Bengals took care of business. They win it by 5. One more to tell you about. We go to Jacksonville, the Jags hosting the New England Patriots. And this is the Patriots running back. Just get his hands on the football and let him do the rest. It's a 59-yard touchdown. The Patriots get win number 4 on the season. They come away with the victory. With that, a look at the rest of the action going on. Remember, bye weeks are in play, so the schedule a little lighter than it's been in weeks past. Meanwhile, in our game, both teams have been able to move the ball effectively. It might be a question of which defense can make a stand in the second half. As we send you back out to our commentary team, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson.
are set to commence. And we're back underway here on EA Sports. Now, here comes a return from the 9. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The Eagles are... And Jalen Hurts getting set for their next possession. And he has been doing it through the air and on the ground this first month of the season. Currently leading the NFL in rush yards by a... On play action, here's Hurts. That one intercepted. And he is going to score! A pick six.
That's about as bad as it can possibly get. Like going one play into the drive, you're trying to establish a little early rhythm, get something going, and now you're jogging off the field watching your opponent celebrate in the end zone. So they're going to have to come back out here on offense pretty quickly, regroup, take a deep breath, and try to bounce back.
And now you get the pick six, and right on the heels of that, the offense comes out to go for
The
two.
Packers will set up for the two-point conversion.
They're going to try to run it in.
Conversion is
And he will get into the end zone.
Makes
Bucks the lead up by 2 more.
Eagles 14.
Not a real complicated breakdown needed here, Mike. In short yardage situations like that, if you have confidence in both your back and your offensive line, sometimes it's the simplest plays that have the best results.
Here comes the Philly offense now as they make their way back onto the field. They need to start making some inroads here. Down 2 scores as they begin this drive with first down. Now Hurts going to call his own number. And he'll be met on the backfield and dropped behind the line of scrimmage.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on first down, but that's exactly the case here.
To throw on second down is Hurts. Going down the center of the field, open man, and it's taken in. They get 21 on that one. First down, Philadelphia.
At the 42-yard line.
Whatever they've talked about in the locker room at the halftime break seems to have worked. They've come out with a new established energy. You could see it when they took the field. Now this offense seems to be building on it. With that chunk play, just a little bit of rhythm that they can build off of. We got a long way to go to get back into this game, but so far off to a good start.
From the 44-yard line, here's second and 8. Throwing downfield, right side, and it's caught. And he'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 30-yard line.
First down. A gain of 29 yards.
Hurts to the air on first down. And he takes it down to the 15-yard line.
That's
So they come to the line for first down and 10.
First and 10 at the 15-yard line.
Now Hurts going to run this one himself. A gain of 11. And it's first and
Can't
goal.
hit it no more. Stand to the man, can't do it no more. Still a dream, don't feel it no more. Driving a minute, but can't steer it no more. Riding a wave and they turning on shore. What's up, Mr. Man?
Well, a chance to get right back in it here. First down and goal. He pulls it in around the 5.
Hurts pass.
And he can't get
Complete
away.
to
They
number
rally
80.
to the football defensively.
It's a
Bring
gain
him
of a
down
yard.
for no gain.
Brings up second and goal at the 3-yard line.
He'll get this out wide. And he'll take it on in. Touchdown, Philadelphia. That is second TD catch of the season. Greg, sometimes we say it too often. That was an important drive. That one really felt important for them to edge a little bit closer.
Yeah, now the question is, Mike, yeah, the offense does their job, but can the defense get a stop? They've got to continue to get the ball back to their offense. Let them build on that previous drive because
The kicker
they've still
on
got
for
some
the
work to
extra
do.
point.
Extra point try forthcoming. The kick
The kick
is good. And the Eagles are back to within 7. It's 28-21. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. This will be returned from the 6. And he's brought down
The
right
Packers
at
take
the
over
25-yard
first and
line.
10 at their own
The Packers
25-yard
offense
line.
and their running back set to go once more. And as you take a look at the numbers, you have to imagine he was the topic of conversation in that locker room at halftime. They got to find a way to slow him down. Nothing they've done has worked so far. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
Complete to number 87.
From the 29.
4 yards
Here's
on the
second
pickup.
and 6.
Second and 6.
To the end. It's Vick. Quickly to the outside and complete. He's going to be out of bounds, but he's got the first down. A pickup of 8.
First and 10 at the 37-yard line.
Throwing now, Vick. And he's not going to get too far. Tackled after a gain of just a yard.
1-yard gain brings up second and 9 at the 39-yard line.
Throwing is Vick. That's going to be incomplete. Coverage
Forced to the
very good
ground
there.
and incomplete.
Contact jarring the ball loose.
It's now third down
And it's going to
and
force
9
third
yards
down.
to go.
We'll try to wait for it.
The quarterback on the scramble.
And that's a great job defensively here on third down. Not only taking away all the options down the field through the air, but when the quarterback decides to turn into a runner himself, they're able to converge and make the play and keep him short of the first down.
Packers set to kick this one away. That could have broken for a bigger return, but as it is,
First and 10
nice job getting his
their own
offense
32-yard
a start
line.
out past the 30-yard line. Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia offense set to take over once more. That one out in front of his big target. They cannot connect. And it falls incomplete.
It's
Second and 10. Ahead as they try to run it here. Maybe a couple there. It's third down.
He's tackled at the 34-yard line. A 2-yard pickup makes it third and 8.
A shotgun snap now to Hurts. Under pressure, and down he goes. They got him.
The defensive coaches, they preach all week. They have to have a relentless pursuit of this quarterback when he tries to extend the play. So often it results in a great play for the offense and a big pickup. This time, because of that pursuit, it leads to a big loss.
Here comes the Eagles punt team
Formation.
as this drive quickly stalled out. So he's on to punt it away. And it's a good solid return as he takes it back up near midfield.
At their
The
own
Packers
45-yard
offense and their
line.
quarterback ready to go once more. And he has been a nightmare to scheme against throughout this one. This defense has been picked apart. That is borne out in those impressive numbers. He has been terrific all game long. And he's not going to get too far, tackled after a gain of just a yard.
A gain of 2 brings up 2nd and 8 at the 47-yard line.
Here's Vic. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. Still going inside the 20. They're going to have it first and goal. He'll be out of bounds at about the 5-yard line.
Packers, first down. First and goal at the 5.
Here's a run. And he's in for the touchdown. But hold everything. There is a marker down. These points may come off the board.
Keep it rolling, baby. Keep it rolling.
Illegal block in the back. Offense.
So, a costly penalty here. It wipes away the touchdown. Now it is first and goal. Vic gonna look to throw. The pass is caught by Turner. And a good job to make sure he didn't get loose. Brought down around the 7.
2nd and goal at the Eagles' 7-yard line.
They'll look to throw again. Under pressure, and down he goes. They got him back at the 10.
In this defense, they just continue to put in a great night's work. I mean, Mike, you think whether it's been blitz schemes, stunts, whatever you name it, this offensive line has had its hands full. They have allowed their quarterback to be hit way too many times.
3rd and goal. He'll look to throw. And this ball incomplete on 3rd down.
Just a couple plays ago, Mike, it felt like a touchdown was kind of inevitable. They were doing everything they wanted as they marched the length of the field, and then as they got down here close to the red zone and that field condenses, they started getting sloppy in their execution. Now, what do they do on 4th down? Do they try to keep their offense out there and extend the drive, or do they settle for 3? Yeah, he does a nice job handling that kick there, but I think offensively, you come back to the sideline and you're thinking, we have to find a way to finish these drives. I mean, to be in 1st and goal and settle for 3, that can be very deflating for an offense settling for too many field goals.
The Eagles offense ready to come back out for this next possession. The deficit is at 10, so an important drive forthcoming. Getting started with 1st and 10. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. Going down the middle of the field, and he's got his tight end. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield. That's catch number 5 tonight, and it's good for a first down.
Didn't take them long to get now to their opponent's side of the field. I like the idea of starting this drive with some explosive pass plays. That's going to open everything up, both underneath in the passing game and on the ground. So big play to get this drive off to a fast start.
He's got a touchdown on the books from earlier, and that catch gets him a first down.
13 yards. First down, Eagles.
To throw, Hurts. Quick throw, taken in, and they bring him down inside the 25-yard line. First time they've looked his way all game long. He comes through with the grab and a first down. A tight end in motion now. So, 3 quarters now in the books. And Sunday Night Primetime continues after this. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10.
Box.
That is caught out wide on the RPO. And he will score. Game on. Touchdown, Eagles. He's got another one. His second touchdown of the evening.
We all make such a big deal, Mike, when we see a quarterback go through his progression and deliver a deep downfield strike for a touchdown. But sometimes, just take what's easy, the easy pitch and catch, get it underneath completion. That's exactly what the quarterback does here. Takes what the defense gives them, and when you have a playmaker like that on the outside, they can do the rest with their feet after the catch, and end result is still a touchdown.
So they've cut into the lead. Now just a field goal behind as they kick it off. Now return coming from the 7. And their drive will begin at the 30-yard line. Out comes the Green Bay offense now as they get set to take over again. To throw is Vick. He'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3. From the 33, here's second down and 7.
At the
Here's Vick. That's into traffic, but taken in. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
Brings up 3rd and 2.
On 3rd down, it's Vick. There's that man again. Another down.
Man on some shit. We go 0 to 100 real quick. Maybe on that rapid pay the bills. Now I'm fit it. Not even a little bit. Oh Lord. Know yourself. Know your work.
They'll go with the counter on 1st down. And he'll get forward for a couple. It's 2nd down.
He was brought down at the 45-yard line. A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7.
Now, Vick. That one into the hands of Turner. And it'll be a short pickup. That's not enough
That's a gain of
for the
6.
1st down.
Makes it 3rd and 2.
Now, on 3rd and 2, they'll try and throw for it. In trouble, and down he goes. His 2nd sack tonight. Number 5 for him now on the year.
You know, we can sit up here all day long and critique the quarterback, and you can see his eyes aren't downfield. He's a little jittery in the pocket. But with the amount he's been sacked and hit today, Mike, I can't say I really blame him.
And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback.
The Eagles take
and
over
come out
1st and
to the
10.
20-yard line.
At their own 20-yard line.
The Eagles offense ready to get back at it. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Hurts. Short pass taken in by the tight end. They'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and 5 at the 25-yard line.
Now Jalen Hurts on 2nd down. Throw left side, but that's going to be
It's rare to see an offense that finds themselves trailing and say, well, their quarterback's been actually one of their biggest bright spots. Usually that doesn't go hand in hand, so it's a little surprising to see him miss a throw like that on a day where he's completed passes at a highly efficient rate.
That is incomplete, but there is a flag down. Big call here. It was 3rd down. They'll go with the sneak. And he'll get nothing here. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all.
That's good for an Eagles 1st down.
Line of scrimmage is the 31 as they line up 1st and 10.
Philadelphia.
Here's Hurts. Throwing it right into the hands of his running back. And he'll only manage a couple of yards before he's out of bounds.
Out of bounds at the 33-yard line. 2 yards on the
To
pickup.
throw on 2nd down is Hurts. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. And he's got about 5 on this one before he's out of bounds.
That's a gain of 6.
And they're set up a little bit better for third down. Escaping to his left. Now he takes off. 10 yards on the scramble there. And he picks up the first down.
A gain of 10 yards.
A couple of first downs, and the football's out to the 48-yard line as they come up first and 10. Forced out left. There he goes again. Strong running there. He brings this down inside the 25.
30. That's another Eagles first down.
On first down, it's Hurts. He'll go left side here and complete this one. He'll come up now for second down and 4.
A 6-yard pickup brings up second and 4 at the 16-yard line.
Now give on the ground. And the defense there to meet him. They'll hold him to 2 and bring up third down.
A gain of 2 brings up third and 2.
The RPO. This one is complete. And they're going to have enough to convert here. And it sets up first and goal. Following the play, we have an Eagle who is shaken up. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. What a moment in this game. A touchdown would give them the late lead. It is first down and goal. Here's a run going left. And good blocking up front, paving the way for a gain of 8 on the ground.
A gain of 8.
Second and goal. They'll try to run this one in. And he'll go down.
In these goal-to-go situations backed up on your own goal line, Mike, what they teach the defense is it's your job to establish a new line of scrimmage. And that's exactly what they did here. Watch the push they get. The offensive line goes backwards, and they take the ball carrier down for a loss.
Third and goal for Hurts. And the rush gets home.
We look back at the end of this game, Mike, and say, was this a prime opportunity for this offense that they blew after that third down sack? Opportunity to take the lead here late in the game, and instead, I think there's a real decision about whether or not they should just take the 3 and chip away at this lead.
And this one,
The field
right
goal is
down the
good.
middle. It's good. And we are tied here in the fourth quarter.
And this is where it pays to have a kicker you can trust, Mike. I mean, this is as big a spot as there is. Fourth quarter, what does he do? He comes out and he delivers to tie up this game.
Nice job on the return.
The Packers
He's
take
down
over
close to the 35-yard line.
at their own 34-yard
Packers
line.
offense getting things in order as they trot out for this next possession. This game level following the made field goal. So they need to put something together here. It begins with first and 10. To the air. It's Vic. Moving left. He's going to run it. So just under 2 minutes here in this one. We'll come back and finish this one off. After this, they come up for second and 2. They'll keep it on the ground. And it doesn't appear that he got to that first down marker. They'll only give him a yard, so it'll set up third down.
A gain of a yard brings up third and 1.
They'll drop to throw. He'll try and get there on the ground.
It's a gain of 8.
Plenty of time. All 3 timeouts
First
left.
down.
It's first and 10.
First and 10 at the 49-yard line.
Throwing now, Vic. Throwing over the middle. This one is complete. And they'll take this down inside the 35. So the Eagles will use their first timeout here. First get it with just under 90 seconds remaining. They'll run in. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about 1 second. Here's a timeout for Philadelphia. That is their second.
a gain of 10.
And they're going to be set up in the red zone. They got it inside the 15.
First and 10 at the 13-yard line.
Here's first down. He'll stick to the ground. And he's taken down. That will get them a bit closer. Every yard is going to help the field goal kicker right now.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up
Going
second
to
and
look to
7.
throw. Oh, he can't get rid of it, and he's taken down.
You can tell that all these hits, Mike, they're starting to add up. He just doesn't look comfortable. His eyes aren't downfield. You can see his feet aren't settled. When you get sacked this many times in a game, it's kind of hard to blame him, but he's definitely feeling it.
And this is a touchdown. They were not going to beat him out. And they have taken the lead here in the final minute of play.
This game has certainly not been for the faint of heart, Mike. I mean, we've been riding the ups and downs the entire time. But what a job by this offense. Game on the line to find a way to score and take the lead with very little time remaining.
Now try here for the point out. He's got it.
The kick
And the Packers
is
will go up by 7.
Makes the score Packers 38, Eagles 31.
Down to the final few seconds of this one as the kick is away. And that one is through the back of the end
Eagles take
zone.
over
It is
first
a
and
touchdown.
10 at their own 35-yard line.
Hurts to the air on first down. Going for it all. And that's going to be incomplete. The defense holds here in the final minute, and they're going to get out of here with a victory. So, it's a win for the Packers. This was a game where both offenses were up and down the field, marching the ball at will, matching each other point for point. But in the end, got a few more defensive stops than their opponents did. And that is the difference in this one. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. The Packers are winners as we say so long from legendary Lambeau Field. for joining us for this one. Off we go from Glendale. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. The Green Bay offense set to go to work for the first time. They're led out by their rookie new quarterback this season out of LSU.
Nothing real fancy when you look back on last week's game, Mike. I mean, he had the 2 touchdown passes, of course, the 1 interception. He'd love to have that. For the most part, I thought he was really efficient. I thought he did a nice job operating the system. And there's actually some more plays that he left out there. So I think he can build off a lot of that, try to improve in this one today.
So from the 39, they come up on 1st and 10. They'll stay on the ground. And he's able to push through the tacklers to pick up 6. There you get a look at his numbers on the ground a week ago as a part of their victory. From the 46, here's 2nd and 3. On play action, it's Vic. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. And they'll whistle him down. Not before he picks up a first down after a gain of 7.
First down, Packers.
Off the play fake. He wants to throw. Quick throw here is complete. And he'll get about 8 on that one. Most of it coming after the catch. It's 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 1 at the Cardinals' 39-yard line.
On the run, it's a counter. Trying to find some place to go, but nothing developing. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of yards.
And it's
3rd down. 3 to go. Throw is Vic. That's caught. Left side. It's complete. And he'll be out of bounds. Down at the 20.
First and 10 at the 20-yard line.
They'll turn and hand this one off. They'll try to get out to the line, but he does not have lose a yard.
We spent so much time, Mike, talking about these defensive backs and their ability in pass coverage. But you also have a defensive back that can make plays in the run game, especially behind the line of scrimmage. And those guys are just so hard to find. That was a heck of a job here by this guy.
To throw is Vic. That one out of the reach of the receiver's outstretched arms. It is incomplete. Ninth play in this opening drive, trying to keep it going here on 3rd down. Here's Vic. This one broken up. It's incomplete. Good job separating the receiver from the ball, and it is 4th down. The Packers going to call out the field goal unit. This will be a 38-yard attempt. His kick is perfect. And the Packers are out to an early 3-0 lead.
A lot of times as an offensive player, you come off the field, you're not thrilled to end a drive like this with a field goal. But I think in this case, you can label it a success. You were able to operate your offense. You were able to quiet this crowd just a little bit and come away with an early lead.
Here comes the Arizona offense for the first time. Leading this offense, their veteran quarterback.
You just hope throughout your career, Mike, that you're not on the wrong end of too many games like last week. So many games in the NFL come down to 1 score. They're very close. And every once in a while, there are multiple score games where you just can't seem to keep it close. They've got to do a better job of keeping pace early, get off to a faster start. They want to have a chance. Come the 4th quarter, this thing's within 1 score. They're going to feel a lot more comfortable this time around than where they were last week.
He'll take off again.
Well, let's give credit here to the coverage unit. Like, there was nowhere to go with the ball for that quarterback. He had no choice but to just tuck it down himself, and he's able only to pick up a short gain.
They'll throw here on 3rd and short. And he'll be taken down, but good enough to keep this drive going. It's a first down.
First and 10 at the 39-yard line.
Now, faking the give. He is hit before he can get rid of it. And down he goes.
We've seen a little bit of a transformation across the defensive tackle position. And what I mean, Mike, is years ago, they were on the interior of the line to stuff the run. They were big bodies taking up space. Now, not only do you have to defend the run.
Oh, got him again the second time. Reset on his opening drive. What can they do here? This is 3rd and forever. Bill to throw. And that one thrown away to the sideline. It's incomplete. It's a frustrating series. It'll bring up 4th down.
In a 4th down.
And the receiver with a fair catch, taken successfully. And that's where he'll turn it over to the offense.
At their
The
own
Packers offense and their
line.
running back getting set for this next possession. Rather start on the ground. And wow, tough to bring down that time. Surging forward for a pickup of 6. Second down.
It's a gain of 7. Brings up 2nd and 3.
Oh, maybe a free play as he'll look to throw it. He'll swing this one out wide to his running back. And he will be out of bounds, but you saw that penalty flag come in. Looked like the defender got a head start.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's do this. Come on, baby. Let's go, baby. Go. Let's make it burn every yard.
Back to the ground after the penalty. He's inside the 25. They finally track him down for what a run as they'll mark it at the 10-yard line.
1st down.
To throw, here's Vic. No one open, he'll drop it to his running back. And he's going to be stopped at
Complete
about
to
the
number
4.
27.
Inside the 5, it is 2nd and goal.
2nd and goal. At the 4-yard
Going
line.
back in the backfield. He'll get the carry here. And nothing developed there. He'll get back to the 5, and that's all. And a stoppage here for injury. One of the Cardinals shaken up. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. Last drive yielded 3. They'd like more. See what happens on 3rd and goal. And this one complete on the sideline. Good footwork to stay in bounds, but he is just shy of the 1st down. And it brings up 4th down.
Now, remember back, Mike, their first drive, they had to settle for 3. So they definitely didn't want to have to do that again. So really solid drive from start to end. And they're finally able to cap it off with a touchdown.
The kicking team off for the extra point. It's up
His kick
and
is
good.
good.
And the Packers are out to a 10-0 lead.
Cardinals nothing.
The kickoff team is out on the field. And we're back to it as the kick's away. This is fielded inside the 5. They'll get this up past the 20. That's where they'll set up shop. The Cards offense ready to take over for their 2nd possession. So 1st and 10 now. They'll start from the 22. On play action, he'll set up to throw. Taking off. Nice gain here. He's going to be marked down at the 35-yard line. 13 yards to start that drive. And a quick 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 35-yard line.
Ball out to the 35-yard line as they come up for 1st and 10. Now off the bootleg. And this time the rush gets home. And down he goes.
The offense goes from feeling really good in the previous play with a real nice pickup to now the ensuing play ending up going the complete opposite direction. Really nice job here by the defense immediately getting back on track. What do the coaches say, just play the next play, and that's exactly what they did.
Let's go, baby. Damn right. Damn right.
That is caught out wide on the RPOs. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up third down.
Third down.
Hill looks to throw. Rolling right. He'll try to run for it. A first down on the scramble. A gain of 16.
That's good for a Cardinals first down. First and 10 at the 47-yard line.
So a pair of first downs moves him out to the 47-yard line. And it's first and 10. They'll try to get the running game going. His first carry is met and dropped. Couple yards behind the line of scrimmage, too.
So they go with the first down run, hoping to just get them some positive yards and get themselves into a good second down situation. But now they find themselves in second and long. So the more you give defenses the opportunity, Mike, to defend you one-dimensionally. So in this case, we're only playing you in the pass. It stresses your protection, it stresses your play caller, and ultimately, it stresses your quarterback.
Second quarter starts. Cardinals in possession of the football. They've got it with second down and 13 in front of them.
Motion, motion, motion.
He'll drop the throw. He gets that to his big target, Trey
The
McBride.
second down pass.
Well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring
That's
up
a gain of
third
5.
down.
Brings up third and 8.
Now they'll set up to throw. And that is incomplete.
Intended for 86.
This offense has to find a way to be better on first and second down. Like living in these third and long situations, must pass, is not a recipe that their offensive coordinator wants to operate in.
That's going to hit and continue
The
out of
Packers
bounds
take over
just
first and
inside
10
the 20-yard line.
At their own 19-yard
The
line.
Packers offense and their running back getting ready to go back to work. And as a play caller, when you've got a guy who's running like this, you lean on him. And your offensive line has had big opening after big opening and big numbers in this first half. He'll get about 2.
Number
Will
27
Johnson
ball
up
carrier.
for the stop.
Will Johnson there on the tackle.
From the 21,
Gain of
here's
2.
second
Brings
and
up
8.
second and 8 at the 21-yard line.
To the air. It's Vick. I had a defender draped all over him. Incomplete. Good work to body him up and
Brings
set up
third down.
a third down.
And 8 yards to go.
Now, Vick. Taking off. He'll try to get there. Can't beat those legs. 13-yard pickup. A scramble leads to a first down.
Packers first down. A gain of 13 yards. And a Packer first down.
And that just can't happen. Third and long, just understand, contain the ball, rally tackle, just get the ball carrier on the ground. Not only not able to get to him inside the pocket, he's able to extend the play with his legs and pick up a huge long first down.
At the 35-yard
Protecting the
line.
ball anytime you throw the ball in the middle of the field is obviously critical, right? That's where tip passes, that's where all sorts of stuff happens when you put the ball in harm's way. But you also have to protect your receivers. There's a bit of a trust back and forth. The receiver saying, hey, I'm willing to go across the middle and compete for the ball. But now you're my eyes. You have to protect me and make sure that the location of the ball doesn't run me into a big hit.
Set to go now on first and 10. Off play action. He'll set up to throw. Off balance throw. It's complete.
Pass.
It'll be taken down
to number
rather
87.
swiftly after a gain of just
3-yard
3.
pickup. Brings up second and
Throwing
7.
now. Vick. The pass is caught by Turner. And they'll work this close to a first down, maybe just a tad short.
It's a gain of 6. Brings up
They'll throw it with the
and
sneak.
inches.
And he will have a Packers first down.
It's a gain of 2.
Maybe by about a yard as they find a way to convert on third and
First
inches.
down. A pickup of 2 yards. First down, Packers.
Vic gonna look to throw. Short pass taken in by the tight end.
Vic's pass.
And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards.
Pickup brings up 2nd and 2 at the 31-yard line.
The RPO. That one is complete. And that's a first down. It will be a gain of 8.
Packers first down.
Back to throw. Inside the 10, it is caught. And they continue to churn out first down. What a drive. It continues now with first and goal
at the 7-yard line.
They'll look to throw yet again. He'll step up and run this.
It's a nice job here defensively. Down here tight, it's easy to be so concerned about stopping the pass that you lose sight of the quarterback when he decides to become a runner. Not the case here. Picks up a little positive yardage, sets up 2nd and goal.
And he will take this one across into the end zone. Touchdown, Packers. That's his 8th touchdown of the season. Taking care of business on the ground to get the score. And, Greg, the big guys up front, they deserve some praise on that one.
Absolutely, Mike. And it really only takes one guy to distort the defense and win his block. But in this case, give credit to the entire unit. They did their job, and they reward their offense with a touchdown.
Is good. Makes the score Packers 17.
The kicks away. Here comes a return from the 5. Oh, he's got room past the 30. And they will finally get him down. He gets all the way close to the 40-yard line. The Cardinals offense ready to see what they can do. They trail this one 17-0 now. Really need to find some inspiration, some momentum on this drive. Looked like a lateral there, but now it's a free football. The Packers have it. And he's getting this one back. They force the fumble, and it leads to a defensive score. Greg, what a terrible play for the offense. You're trying to gain some momentum. Here you not only lose the handle of the ball, you hand the defense 6 points.
And, Mike, how often do we see that when a player loses the ball, his confidence is not far behind? And I think in this case, that's where the coaching comes in. Put your arm around him. Hey, we're giving you the ball in this next possession. We believe in you. They've got to get this player back into the flow of the game after that back-breaking turnover that led to the defensive touchdown.
Cardinals, nothing.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kicks away. From the 6, here comes a return. And a decent return there. He'll get this up just shy of the 30. The Cardinals offense about ready to take over once more. They'll try to get this a bit more respectable before the break. It has not been their half to this point. Let's see what they do on this drive. First down now. Putting one of their tight ends in motion left. They'll start this on the ground with Johnson. And he finds some daylight. Up past the 35-yard line. A pickup of 7.
A 7-yard
so,
pickup.
From the 37, here's second down and 3.
Hey, what's the bet? Green.
He'll fire one deep for Harrison. That's going to be incomplete. Very good there. Contact jarring the ball loose. And it's going to force third down.
Brings up third down and 3 yards to go.
He's got his tight end. That's McBride. He's going to have the first down. So they convert on third down with a pickup of 9.
First down. First and 10 at the 47-yard line.
Throwing now from the gun. And he can't hang on through the contact. Incomplete. Good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. It'll bring up second down.
Brings up second and 10.
Off the play there. Forced out wide. He'll tuck it and take off. And he's out of bounds down inside the 35.
That's good.
They'll come up here first and 10. He'll run again.
The quarterback does a nice job here sensing the pressure pretty quickly. He realizes he doesn't have a ton of time to operate from within the pocket. He decides to tuck the ball and rely on his legs. He's able to pick up a positive play.
Ball on the 27. Here's second down and 4. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. And he'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a first down.
First and 10 at the 21-yard line.
Now give up the middle, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
We want to see linebackers play downhill, Mike, meaning there's not a lot of side-to-side pursuit. They're attacking the line of scrimmage, attacking the ball carrier. That's exactly what we saw out of this guy here. He's able to make the stop at the line of scrimmage and keep it to no gain.
They'll try again here. Second and 10. McBride is the motion man. They'll throw out of the gun. That's over the middle and intercepted. And he's going to be taken down, but a nice return.
And on a possession where the offense really had their way on the ground, they got to kind of go back to the drawing board and say, is it worth putting the ball in the air? Yes, we want to generate points. We want to push the ball downfield. But none of that matters if you're going to keep turning the ball.
There's Matt LaFleur, head man in Green Bay as his Packers head back onto the field. Ball rests at the 37. It's first and 10. Throwing is Vick. That one into the hands of Turner.
Vick's pass.
It'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3.
On the pickup. Second and 6 at the 41-yard
Over the middle and intercepted. And he's going to set up his guys with great field position. A huge catch to cut into the deficit.
41-yard
I
line.
think you chalk this one up, Mike, to just a rookie mistake. And anytime you have a young signal caller behind center, you're going to have to deal with some of these ups and downs. Every once in a while, they're just not going to see the coverage. They're going to get baited into making a bad throw. That's kind of par for the course. The key is how fast can these rookie quarterbacks turn the page, move on, and not make the same mistake again.
They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. He'll swing this out to Johnson.
The pass.
Try again. It's second and 10.
No gain on the play. Brings up second and 10.
They'll look to throw.
At the 42-yard line.
Open man is Marvin Harrison Jr. And he will have a first down here as they get into field goal range as well at the 17-yard line. We'll go right back to Harrison. He's got him again.
Complete to
They'll break
Marvin
the huddle.
Harrison Jr.
It's second and 5.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up second and 5 at the 11-yard
Now
line.
here's a keeper on the zone read. And he'll take this down to the 2-yard line, but they're in business. First and goal coming up.
First down. First and goal at the 2-yard line.
They'll try to run this one in. And he will power his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Cardinals. His second rushing touchdown of the year. A lot of big bodies down there, but at the end of the day, the one that mattered, the one with the ball, finds the end zone for the touchdown.
Yeah, once that back gets the ball, Mike, he's just looking for a little crack of daylight, and he's thinking, I'm going to run into it and just hope I come out the other side. And in this case, the other side's the end zone, and they get 6.
Riley Patterson now to add the extra point. He's got it, and the Cardinals try to climb back into this one. It's now 24-7.
Cardinals 7.
Halftime, coming close, and not much time left as this one is kicked away. This taken in at the goal line. And it'll be brought down past the 25.
The Packers take
Decent
over
field
first
position
and 10
to start this drive.
at their own 26-yard line.
They do try to run it out as they start on the ground. Down the sideline, past the 45.
It's a
And he's
pickup
out
of
of
54
bounds, but
yards.
all the way down at the
And
30-yard line.
Packers first down. First and 10 at the 30-yard line.
He is 2 for 2.
The field goal
That
is
kick
good.
is good.
Makes
And the
score
Packers tack on 3 more,
7.
extending the lead here late in the first half. Just 1 second remaining in this first half, and they will kick it away. The return team
The
going to
Cardinals
let that
take
one
over
go.
first
It'll go
and
through
10
the end zone.
At their
It's a
own
touchback.
35-yard line.
Right away, they'll set up to throw. Fires left sideline. That is complete. So, halftime here out west. Let's send it east to Scott Hansen. He has our EA Sports halftime report.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. We are into week 8, and we're starting to get a sense as to who are the haves and who are the have-nots. Let's get into it. Our journey through the NFL starts now, and it begins at Arrowhead, the Chiefs at home to take on the Baltimore Ravens. And this is Joe Milton. He connects. It's a 16-yard touchdown. The Chiefs get the victory here. They win it by 10. Next up, why don't we go to Foxborough and check in on the Patriots? They're playing host to the Buffalo Bills. And this is the Patriots wideout. This will help the old stat line. He's going to make the catch and realize, I don't think anyone's going to get me. And they don't. Put it down as an 81-yard catch and run for the score. One more to show you. Let's go to Cleveland. It's the Browns hosting the Cincinnati Bengals. And here's the Bengals running back. He's going to take this one in, 11 yards on the touchdown run. The Bengals get it done within the division as they come away with the victory. And with that, a look here at the rest of the action in Week 8 around the NFL. Meanwhile, in our game, it was a competitive, hard-hitting first half. We expect more of the same going forward. As we send you back out to the broadcast team, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson.
Very one-sided first half of action Will we get a turnaround? Let's find out. The third quarter is underway. This will be returned from the 6.
The Cardinals take
and
over
he's down
first
at
and
the
10.
23, and that's where the offense
23-yard
will
line.
take over. The Cardinals offense going to have a first crack at it as we begin this third quarter. They are in need of points in a big way as they set out on first and 10.
There it is.
Back to throw here to begin the drive. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw.
first
It's a
down
gain of
pass.
8.
Complete
Ball
to
on the
number
32.
18,
It's
Marvin
second and
Harrison
2.
Jr.
He'll look to throw. A pass taken in by
Gain of
Johnson.
4 yards.
And it'll be taken
That's
down
good
after
for
a
the
gain of 3,
Cardinals.
but that is
First
good
down.
enough for a first down.
First and 10 at the 35-yard
He'll
line.
drop to throw. The throw on the run is complete.
Complete.
He'll be
to
taken
number
down
20.
rather swiftly after
It's
a
pickup
gain of just 3.
Brings up second and 7 at the 38-yard line.
Back to the air one more time. Now a screen set up for
The
Johnson.
screen pass.
And a good job rallying to the football. Only just a gain of a yard.
It's a gain
Sets
of
up
2.
third down.
Brings up third and 5.
Again, and here's Johnson.
Ball carried by number 20. Taken down at the 41. A gain of only a yard. It's fourth down.
The Cardinals line up for a punt. Good hang
Fair
time. The
catch.
fair catch
Signaled
will be
for
made
and
back
taken.
at their own
The
12.
Packers take over first
The
and
Packers
10
offense.
at their
And their
own
running back
13-yard line.
set to go once more. Quick throw there. That's going to wind up incomplete. Well, the receiver really didn't have much time to get himself open.
It's now
So
second
the
and
incompletion
10.
brings up second down. Off he goes.
And this is one of the cases,
The
Mike, where
quarterback on the
defenders,
scramble.
they get their eyes in the wrong
It's a
spot. They
gain
call
of
it
8.
eye
And it
discipline.
brings up
He catches them looking
third
elsewhere.
down.
It allows him to get upfield and make this third down a lot more manageable.
Open man, left side. He's
It's a
got it.
gain of 18.
A nice throw by the rookie from LSU.
Packers
He's got his team a first down.
A gain of 18 on the play. And a Packer first down.
From the 39, here's a first and 10. Now, Vick. Throwing left side there, but is incomplete.
Intended for number
Second and 10.
19. Incomplete. Will Johnson there on the coverage.
To the air. It's Vick. A very quick throw there, but
Vick's pass.
not on the same page with
Intended
his
for
target.
number 12.
That's incomplete.
It's third down. And 10.
On third
yards
down,
to go.
it's Vick. That's caught. Left side. It's
Gain of
complete.
17 yards.
They pick up 17 through the air. Good for a Green Bay first down.
First and 10 at the 44-yard line.
Off the play fake. Here's Vick. And he got rid of that one quickly before the receiver knew what was going on. That's incomplete.
It leads to second and 10.
To throw is Vick. And they're going to get to him and take him down. Take him back to the other side of midfield.
Quarterback is sacked.
Walter
A 10-yard
Nolan
loss on the
in
play.
there to bring him
And it's
down for his
third
7th
down.
sack of the year.
Third and
Just can't seem to
long.
get anything going on every ensuing snap. They just continue to go backwards and backwards and backwards. They've got to find a way on first and second down to stay ahead of the chains so third down is not so daunting.
Vick gonna look to throw. Oh, this pass rush dials in right now. They get him again.
This is a great reminder of why it's so important to have
special teams on the field, ready for this punt. That could have broken for a bigger return, but as it is, nice job getting his offense a start out past the 30-yard line. Now comes the Arizona offense. They get ready for their next possession. Now off the bootleg, he'll look to throw here. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7 at the 36-yard line.
Back to throw. He'll throw it left and has his running back. And he'll get only a yard before he's out of bounds, and that's going to set up a third down.
3rd and 5.
He chooses to keep it on the zone read.
Great work there defensively. You can tell they were onto that one from the start. They're able to hold him to a short gain on the keeper and force the 4th down.
The Cardinals lining up for punt as he'll punt it away for the 4th time today.
The Packers take over first
Packers
and 10.
offense and their running back
At their
getting
own
set for
20-yard
this
line.
next possession. And he has been the focal point of this offense. When you get a performance like this, you can almost invariably know the offensive line's been stellar, and they have been so far. On play action, it's Vick. The pass is caught by Turner.
There's no more efficient play in the NFL, Mike, than the play-action passing game. You can see here why. You make the defense have to honor both the run and the pass, and he's able to pick up a nice game to his tight end.
And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it.
He was taken
And after
down
that
behind
negative
the line
run,
of
I think this
scrimmage.
changes the play
A loss
call
of
now
1.
on 3rd down.
now
So
3rd
this offensive
and
line
5.
has to be a lot better on 1st and 2nd down to gain positive yards. Stay on track because you don't want to be in 3rd and pass.
Caught him in a flash, and he lost the football. Unfortunately, they're shut. Able to bring it in, and they'll retain possession.
These are the opportunities that just kill defensive coordinators. You got the ball loose. You did everything you want. But now you got to recover it. You need better pursuit to the ball. More bodies around the ball carrier. Because when that ball pops out, you've got to be on it. These opportunities don't come around often. And when they do, you got to seize the moment.
And good coverage by the punt
Cardinals
team.
take
They
over
stop him
first and
before he can get any return cranked up.
32-yard line.
The Cards offense make their way out to take over once more. Here comes the blitz as he looks to throw. This one not quite on target.
First down
Got him
pass.
too much, and that one falls
Intended for number
incomplete.
86. Incomplete. It's 2nd down and 10.
Back to the air once more on 2nd down.
The pass.
2 incompletions to
Intended for
start the
Marvin
drive,
Harrison
and it
Jr.
leads to 3rd down
Incomplete.
and 10. Over the middle, it's Harrison.
The 3rd down.
And he'll be stopped short of the 1st down, and that will necessitate all to the punt team. 4th down.
It's 4th down.
I think in this field position, Mike, when 4th and short, I think you got to go for it. I think there's at least a conversation going on the sideline about whether you keep your offense on the field or send out your punt unit.
He'll go. It's Johnson. And he's not going anywhere. Stuck behind the line.
Tackle made at the
They have turned it
38-yard
over
line.
on down.
Turnover on down.
Yeah, when you find yourself down big here in the 2nd half, you have to maximize every possession. And that's exactly what the coach tried to do, going for it on 4th down. Give yourselves a chance to cut into this big lead. But it's the defense that came through again with a huge stop. And that's going to make their chances of coming back that much more difficult.
Now a 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. Now this is going to be a design run. They let him keep it. And he will not be able to turn up field. They'll drive him behind the line.
Traditionally at 1st and 10, Mike, the defense is not playing for the ball. So I think in this case, it was their quick reaction to the ball and able to get someone to meet the runner and stop him behind the line of scrimmage.
Throw to the right flat. It is caught. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
A gain of 5 brings up third
Got to get it
and
to the
6.
28, but now it's third down. To throw, here's Vic. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a fourth down. The Packers going to call out the field goal unit. This is going to be a 51-yard attempt. 3 for 3 in the game, as this one is also good. And the Packers will extend their third quarter lead.
I think at this point in the game, Mike, you have things under control. Not only were they able to hold on to the ball for a while, they still were able to manage to add 3 points.
This will be returned from the 2. He'll get across the 20, mark him down at 23-yard line.
At their own 23-yard
Cardinals
line.
offense ready to get back at it. Operating from their own 23, they'll begin 1st and 10. Off play action. He'll set up to throw. Exiting the pocket right. He's going to keep it himself.
The quarterback.
These plays just kill you on defense. The pressure's good, but you have to contain it. The quarterback does a nice job of escaping the pocket, turns into a runner, scrambles for positive yardage.
And not much there. Good defense. Held to no gain. So we are through 3. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. Third down, 3 to go. Now they'll set up to throw. He'll try and get there on the ground. And he's going to be taken down on the other side of 50 yards. They get 22 yards there. It's an Arizona first down.
At the 48-yard line.
They'll look to throw. A quick throw. That's complete on the slant.
Complete to number 86.
He's close to a first down.
It's
To gain a 9. Nice pitch and
Brings
catch
up
on first
second
down.
and a yard. At the 39-yard line.
Shotgun snap, and they'll give it to Johnson. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that.
38-yard line. Brings up third down.
Here's third down in a few inches. It's the quarterback with a sneak. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more.
Cardinals first down. 1st and 10 at the 38-yard line.
We'll send a tight end in motion right. They try to set up a screen, but this one doomed from the start. It's incomplete. They'll motion a tight end right. Back to the air again on 2nd and 10. That is incomplete.
There was no hesitation from the quarterback. From the jump, he knew where he wanted to go with that ball, but still leads to an incompletion. They're just still not quite on the same page.
And that is incomplete. Marvin Harrison Jr. intends the target. And that's going to lead to a fourth down.
I just don't like the look of this passing game, Mike. It just seems a bit erratic. On top of the 2 straight incompletions, they've already turned the ball over through the air. And truthfully, with how dangerous some of these throws have been, they're lucky it hasn't been even more.
That's going to be incomplete. They felt compelled to go for it on 4th and 1. That was a big ask. And the defense turns them away.
You find yourself down big. It's the 4th quarter. There's really no choice but to go for this at this point. But once again, this defense, they're up to the task, and they come through yet again with a huge stop.
Had to push through that one tackler, but he is wrapped up right at the line of scrimmage.
No gain on the play. 2nd 38-yard line.
They'll stick with him again. Able to make one man miss, but that's all. They get him. Taken down behind the line.
Of scrimmage. A loss of
A
2
tough
yards.
spot here.
And
Third
and down.
long. Throwing now. Vic. Quick throw. Taken in.
Pass.
And a good job here defensively. They did not let him get away. He's well short of the first down marker.
All right, so anytime you're facing the blitz, the best thing you can do as an offense is just get the ball out of your hand. Get into the hands of receiver, run after catch. In this case, nice job by the defense, rallying to the ball. Modest gain.
This will be returnable from his own 15. That's a nice job of making things more manageable for this offense as he takes it back beyond the 28-5-yard line. The Cardinals offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. And this defense has got to be at its wits' end trying to come up with a way to keep him contained. He's had so many opportunities to tuck it and go. He's turned a number of those into big plays. He's going to run it, and he'll be out of bounds. That's a nice gain, though, on first down. A pickup of 7.
At the 36-yard line. It's a gain of 8. Brings up 2nd and 2.
Shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. He'll take off again. And he's going to be taken down right at midfield. Can't beat those legs. 13-yard pickup. A scramble leads to a first down. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. From the 50, he'll set up to throw. Quick throw here is complete. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up second
A gain
and
of
5.
5 brings up 2nd and 5.
He'll look to throw.
At the 45-yard line.
Gets it away quickly, and it's
Gain
caught.
of 9 yards.
And that's going to be a first down.
That's good.
A
for
pickup of
Cardinals.
9.
First down. First and 10 at the 36-yard line.
On his own read, here's Johnson. He's able to get away from one man. Reinforcements with him. He's taken down for a loss on the play.
Second and 12.
Defenses always have to make a decision. Like, how do they want to defend the zone read? Some teams want the quarterback to keep the ball. They want the ability to tackle the quarterback. Other teams, they want it to be a give read, and that's what we saw here. They were ready for it, and they take the running back down for a loss.
And he'll be taken down after a gain of 9 and third down.
Brings up 3rd and 3.
McBride is the motion man. They'll throw here on 3rd and short yardage. Taking off, he'll try to get there. And he's going to go into the end zone on an electrifying run. Touchdown, Arizona. Well, Greg, really down to the point where every possession they need to score, they get a touchdown here to stay alive.
Mike, I like what I'm seeing out of this team. They find themselves down big late, but there's no quit. They're continuing to fight back. They got a chance to make this one a 2-possession game here late.
The Cardinals will line up for the 2-point conversion.
Blitz coming, he'll throw it. He'll swing that out wide, and he's not going to get in. The decision to go for 2 doesn't pay off. Unable to cut any further into the deficit.
You have no choice. You find yourself down big here late in the fourth quarter, Mike. You got nothing to lose. Give it a shot. Nice job here by the hands team recovering. They're going to take over possession.
The Packers offense and their running back getting ready to go back to work. This one has gone pretty well to form. They've come in, had little problem thus far, and now going to try to polish this thing off here in the fourth. Off the play fake. He'll rip the throw. Now a shot here, deep middle. And the Cardinals are going to get the football. And they'll have it just past the 20-yard line.
Every once in a while, Mike, you see a quarterback predetermined before the snap where they're going to go with the ball, and I think that was the case here. He told himself, I'm throwing the ball to him no matter what, and it ends up being a costly mistake.
The Cardinals offense ready to see what they can do with this next possession. This drive starts at the 21. It's 1st and 10. They'll put one of the tight ends in motion. Now, faking the give. He'll swing this out to Johnson. Oh, nice open field tackle there. He could not get free. They're going to stop him for no gain.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 20-yard line.
On the ground, it's Johnson. And he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage.
He was taken down
They come
behind
to the line needing 11 here
A
on
loss of
3rd
1.
down.
Brings up 3rd down and 11.
He'll drop the throw. The pressure gets there, and down he goes back inside the 20-yard line.
A loss of a yard. It's 4th down.
Now or never, they'll throw on 4th down. Gonna be caught, and he's not gonna get away. They got him right down after the catch. Great rally to the ball to force a turnover on downs.
So the key to this play is when you're going to play pass coverage and you're going to drop in depth, you have to understand if the quarterback drops the ball off short, you need to rally tackle. You need to limit the run after the catch. Don't let that receiver pick up the 1st down. That's exactly what this defense was able to do in this situation. Tackle him short of the chains, force the turnover on downs.
Going back in the backfield. He'll get the carry here. And he'll get about 6 there, setting up 2nd down.
At the 17-yard line. A 7-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 3.
Back to the ground. He'll get it again. And he'll get nothing here.
Brought down
back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all.
A loss of a yard on the play.
Well, the defense gets a rare win. We've seen this ball carrier have his way on the ground pretty much all day today, Mike, and give credit to the defense. They were able to get back in the backfield with some penetration and bring them down for a loss.
On 3rd down, it's Vick. That one into the hands of Turner. And he's going to have the 1st down taken down after a short pickup of 5, but it will keep the drive going. Here's a handoff out of the gun, and he is stopped in his tracks. Loss of a couple on the play.
Let's get it on, baby. That's right, baby. Play it to the whistle. Let's go, baby. Come on, baby. This is your game.
Still 1st down.
So a lot of options on the table now. It's 1st and 5. Following the penalty, they'll run it. A 2nd effort, and he is in. Touchdown, Green Bay. That is 2nd touchdown of the game. He's up to 9 now on the year. Extra point attempt still to come. It's up
His kick
and
is
through.
good.
And the Packers will open it up even further here in this 4th quarter.
13.
Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. This one taken at the 7. Out comes the Arizona offense. They get ready for their next possession.
23-yard line.
They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Got his receiver on the in-cut. He's got it. They'll work now on 2nd and 4.
Complete to number 86.
They'll throw out of the gun. That's over the middle and intercepted. And he's going to be brought down. What a turn for the Nets here. He has given his guys first and 10 in the red zone.
And that should be the final dagger in this one. I mean, barring something dramatic happening here, Mike, I just don't think there's enough time or possessions left in this game to pull any sort of comeback.
Out comes the Green Bay offense now as they get set to take over again. They're looking at a third straight win here if they can hold on, as they're going to start this drive first and 10. They'll turn it into this one off, and that'll be a pickup of 3.
In order to be successful as a run-heavy offense, Mike, it's so important that you remain really efficient on first and second down. The last thing you want is to be in third and pass, and it really throws off what you feel like.
That's going to be intercepted in the end zone. And the Cardinals are going to take possession.
Intercepted. The Cardinals take over first and 10 at their own 8-yard line.
Here we go. One final play. He's trying to get back to the line of scrimmage. And he's taken down there. Oh, wait. Hold everything. Timeout is being called.
At the 7-yard line.
Seemingly pretty silly with 1 second left in the game. Back to throw. He runs with it. And he'll be brought down there. And that'll put a wrap on this one. Time has expired in this fourth quarter. So, it's a win here for the visiting Packers. And it is their third consecutive victory. They continue to play great football here in this latest stretch. So, that'll do it for us. For Greg Olsen and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. With that, we say so long, everyone.